morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you're watching on video, you can see I'm wearing my Ebenezer's because I am over at the Seahawks facility today. I'm at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. How about that? We got Mike Macdonald to talk to today at 9:30. So made my second trip over here in less than 24 hours.
Did you even leave?
I wish I'd just stayed here last night. Could have avoided some, renting S-curves or whatever. Yeah, no, it was cool. Came over here yesterday for practice. I got a lot to say about practice yesterday. It was cool being out here. Beautiful day. Anyone who's ever been to a Seahawks practice out here, if you've even been to training camp or whatever, you know that on the right day, there's just nothing like it. It was like 70 degrees, not too hot, not too cold, little breeze coming off the water. There had to be at least minimum 7 eagles, minimum of 7 bald eagles.
Oh, I love those
flying
days.
around. And I know, like, it was funny. I was talking to a NASA who works for the Seahawks. I was like, dude, you see all the eagles? He's like, yeah, it's just another day out here. Like, he's here every day. He's like become numb to the Eagles. And I always say this. I promise I have like actual Seahawks stuff to say. But anybody who grew up like I did in the 80s and had certainly if you grew up in the Northeast, the idea of ever seeing a bald eagle seemed impossible. They were like this majestic sign of America, but they were going extinct, and there was no way we were ever going to get to see one. The fact that, like, there's 7 of them just flying around during practice blew my mind. And, like, awesome to see. As for the practice, it was cool just being out here, that's for sure. Sam Darnold looked really good handing the ball off.
Oh, boy.
He looked really good handing the ball off.
I heard there were a few turnovers yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't good. It really was not good. I don't know what to make of it. I don't want to make too big a deal out of it.
Yeah, it's super early, but it's your first impression, right?
The first impression was not good, Maura, and it's hard. So, I mean, I will admit I've been kind of trying to talk myself into Sam Darnold here for the last few months. I was never a big Sam Darnold fan in college, kind of made fun of him at USC, talked about his small hands, how he always fumbled, was just never really all that impressed with Darnold in college. He went, 4 overall. He fails with the Jets. I felt vindicated. Like, yeah, all right, there you go. That'll pretty much do it on that one. And I give him credit because he really has created this incredible second part to his career. We never got to the sound yesterday, but there was a really good sound of him on with Dan Patrick talking about the late season kind of late career changes that he and Gino and some other folks have made to kind of turn around their career halfway through, which is awesome. But so I've been, kind of getting myself psyched for Sam Darnold, and the national media is like, well, you lost Gino, so you're bad, and now Gino's good, and now Darnold's bad, and I don't know. I've been bummed out about that, but trying to be like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't mean anything. National media doesn't know anything. It's just names to them. But getting eyes on yesterday, it wasn't great. It was only one practice, and it's the only one I've attended, and I don't know what the other practices have looked like. And, there'll be another one tomorrow. I know you're going to be here, Maura. I hope he lights it up. There'll be another one on Thursday. So plenty of opportunities for Sam Darnold to look good. It doesn't matter what you look like on June 3rd. It matters what you look like in September and obviously well beyond that. But it wasn't pretty. And lest you think that this is all about me trying to, fit my narrative of making the rookie the starter, and this is a big Jalen Milroe ploy. I can talk. It's not. It's not.
No, it made headlines.
Milroe wasn't that good either. Jalen struggled as well. He was not any better. He struggled as well. You know the best quarterback out there was? Drew Lock. And it really wasn't all that close.
Well, that's why you can't read too much into one practice. So could you tell if maybe some of the Darnold stuff was getting the timing down and everything with this new offense, or did it just look like bad throws?
It wasn't bad throws. It was that he looked tentative.
Okay. I mean, so maybe some of that is getting familiar.
Maybe. But shouldn't he have the edge having played in this offense before?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, it was a tough one yesterday. And yeah, look, you guys may not believe me. Yes, it's one practice. I got people on either side of this. 509, it's one practice. If he's doing it on a regular basis, then we can worry. Totally agree. 206, on the other hand, Salk claiming he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it equals he will passively make a big deal out of it. Just own it. I am being serious. I don't want to turn this into a giant thing. There's not now a quarterback controversy. I'm not going to play the sound effect or anything like that. But a couple of things do jump out. One, if you came down from Mars and just watched that practice yesterday and didn't know anything about the Seahawks, you'd point at Drew Lock and be like, that's your starting quarterback. And I'm not a Drew Lock fan. Anybody who's listened to me for 2 minutes knows I'm not a big Drew Lock fan. I wanted to be impressed with everybody else. I mostly wanted to be impressed with Jalen Milroe. And he looked like a rookie. I mean, he didn't look bad, but he looked like any other rookie trying to figure it out. And unfortunately, Sam Darnold just looked tentative. He looked late. The pick, and again, a pick in practice, whatever. I'm not gonna play that game where you start, checking down the number of, completions and all. No, but he threw late over the middle, and Julian Love picked him off, and then 2 plays later, he threw another pick. That's kind of rare in these 7-on-7s that are mostly set up for the offense to do their thing. So, yeah, it was a little eye-opening, but the second thing that went with it, and I don't know what to make of this at all. This might mean absolutely nothing. I'll ask Brock about it, certainly at 7. But informationally, it's important to know that this was not a situation where one quarterback got almost every rep and then the second or third guys got 1 or 2 at the end. I wasn't charting them, so I don't know the exact number or percentages or anything like that. But it was a lot closer to even for the 3 quarterbacks than I would have expected. That surprised me. Darnold was first, Locke was second, Milroe was third, obviously. That was exactly as you would expect. But it was not Sam Darnold gets 80%, the other 2 guys split 20. It was not that. It was closer to, and again, I'm guessing on these numbers. I did not chart it. Maybe one of the reporters did. I did not. But it was closer to like 40, 30, 30 or something like that, which, again, surprised me. I would have expected a lot more. So I don't know whether that means there's any form of competition for the job. I don't think it does. But it was surprising enough that I noticed it. Was talking about it with a couple of the other guys who I was watching with, and that sort of jumped out to me. 206 says it's because we got a great defense. Let's hope. Let's hope that's what it is. Absolutely. Let's hope. But I just, again, I saw what I saw. I don't know what to make of it. 509 says, Salk, how did Russell Wilson look in his first practices before that preseason game where he started for the rest of his career? Because he looked amazing in the first preseason game. I wonder how he was in the practices before. Well, if you go back and remember in 2012, Russ kind of started this conversation by showing up at rookie minicamp and understanding and knowing everything. Understanding and knowing everything. And that was sort of the beginning of, hey, maybe it's going to be a legitimate competition, which it was in practice. Matt Flynn got the first team reps, but they were very clear. This is a 3-man competition for the job. No one is saying that now. So this is not the same thing. But guys, this is not 425. It's June, beginning of practices, chill on the conclusion drawing, hot take Salk, riling it up. Maura, does this sound like a hot take to you?
No, I think to me you're just saying he could very well look amazing in the rest of the practices, but all you can judge is what you saw yesterday, and it's your first impression. So I think because you're saying you were already kind of selling yourself on Sam Darnold, that first impression makes you a little nervous.
It was tough. It made me a little nervous. Now, there's plenty of other positives, but quarterbacks are quarterbacks. The most important thing. The defense did look awesome. You're absolutely right. Defense looked great. There were a lot of things to be excited about. I thought the running backs looked great. Well, other than Ken Walker, I'm sorry, Maury, he didn't practice much. But the other running backs looked really great. I thought the tight end group was phenomenal. You know, Brock was talking about the tight ends. Ooh, Arroyo is an athlete.
Yeah,
he is
I was
an
telling you after
athlete.
rookie minicamp, don't you just notice him right away?
Well, because he's got I think he had his shorts tucked into whatever was underneath them. I don't know.
The Derek Hall look?
It is. There's a lot of leg showing. I'll tell you that much. There is a lot of leg showing, but he looked really athletic. Saubert, by the way, big dude. That's a guy who looks like a tight end. Like, I can go through all these, and we'll do it at 7:30, sort of a takeaway tidbit deal. I'm just saying. I saw what I saw, and I'm not the only one who saw it. And I'm not telling you it's now a competition or controversy or anything else. All I'm telling you is if you were there yesterday and you had not, and the three quarterbacks didn't have numbers, and you didn't know who was who, at the end of practice, you'd point at Drew Lock and say, that's my starting quarterback. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. It, in all likelihood, will not. That's like a 1% chance. It's just what I saw yesterday. Maury, you may see something totally different tomorrow. I hope you do. I hope Sam Darnold comes out
Yeah,
and
I don't
just
think we'll
dominates.
start making any sweeping judgments until mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, exactly. No sweeping judgments for at least a week. I promise. We will not make any sweeping judgments about the quarterback position until at least next week. But at that point, it is on. Everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
What a weekend.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle, base hit.
The Mariners' resilient shine.
A walk-off single. Julio scores.
The big dumper unloads.
Raleigh does it again.
Tonight, the homestand continues with a first of three against the Orioles at T-Mobile Park. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners and the AL West race. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logo apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day, but when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and then people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Big series coming up starting tonight for the Mariners, who did even up their homestand record. Now have a chance to finish it ahead, which would be great. Standing in their way. A Baltimore team that's just completely imploded after a few seasons of being in contention. They fired their manager. The GM could be next. We'll see. We know they have issues in the rotation, but the real shock, they just haven't hit the way they've expected to do. Adley Rutschman, their catcher in particular, has struggled a lot. He's not alone, though. They are 7-8 since changing managers, so maybe that's a change. A few of their young bats have started to heat up a little bit, including that great duo up the middle with Holiday and Henderson. So we'll see what they look like starting tonight. They only have one starter with an ERA under 4, but he's going to go tonight against George Kirby. That's Tomoyuki Sugano. Tomorrow, Hancock and Povich. And then Thursday will be Eflin and Wu. Mariners putting themselves in a pretty good spot here, 2 months in, still in the lead of the division, just a half game. Mark DeRosa on yesterday with Bump and Stacy says this is what it'll take for them to take home the AL West.
Julio's been an enigma. He's got the 10 home runs, but he's gotten on fire here recently. He's got to be the guy, right? He's got to be their superstar player to go with Cal Raleigh. And sometimes I see the ability to elevate a heater on him. He seems to hit spin very well in the middle of the zone, but some fastballs rushed up in the zone. He has a tendency to dip his barrel. A lot of guys do that as far as pointing his barrel, Julio Franco style at the pitcher, so he gets a little late on some elevated stuff. Listen, we've been saying for years they're always a bat away, right? I'm sure Jerry realizes they got a chance to win this division. It's wide open. It's a middle of the order bat at the deadline. If that's able to come in, I don't know who that is right now. Or it's a matter of Julio stepping up and being like garnering his set of MVP votes. That's the expectations.
Yeah, you got to have somebody to go with Cal, somebody to be that pair. And early in the year, it was Polanco. At some point, yes, it needs to be Julio Rodriguez.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Hey, speaking of Cal, he's pretty good, and he was honored for his incredible week, though he did have to share it. Named AL Co-Player of the Week with Rays shortstop Junior Caminero. Lest you think that's unfair, the numbers actually kind of make sense. Cal was 8 for 23, 6 home runs, and 10 driven in. Insane. But Caminero was 11 for 29 with 8 extra base hits and 13 driven in. So it's not like there's a lot of reason to get upset. Cal's been awesome, and it's incredible how he does it all. Again, he's their regular everyday catcher, and a little more from DeRosa here in cut 2. It's incredible what Cal's doing.
I mean, he's arguably putting together the greatest season that a catcher's ever put together, according to the numbers. So, yeah, I'm always amazed when my best friend in the world is Brian McCann, a guy who took a lot of pride defensively. I played with Buster Posey, took a lot of pride defensively. And the fact that those guys are asked to, like, carry an offense as well, it always blew me away. And to sit there and to see what Cal has done from an offensive standpoint, the adjustments he's made, and just the absolute ridiculous power numbers.
Yeah, it's incredible. And by the way, anybody who knows Brian McCann raves about him. It's just incredible the number of people that have nice things to say about that guy. But what Cal's doing, as you know, is awesome. Mariners announcing yesterday they're going to retire Randy Johnson's jersey number 51, of course. Ichiro will also have his number 51 retired, but that's going to be this year. Randy's going to be next year. Here he talks about wanting to give Ichiro his space. Cut 4.
This ownership has been working on this behind the scenes for a little while, and I know the significance of Ichiro and his accomplishments, and I didn't want to interfere with his Hall of Fame induction this year or his number retirement this year. And so the one contingent factor that I had was that if this was going to happen, that I didn't want to take away anything from his deserving day, and it would have to be done a different day, a different year, because he deserves to have his own day.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. Totally agree with him on that. But pretty cool that this will all get done, and there'll be some celebration of Randy Johnson here next season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, first chance to see these Seahawks yesterday, and ultimately they did look good. The defense definitely won the day. A lot of pass breakups, couple of picks, which we mentioned. Spoon, definitely the loudest guy out there, but some other guys you noticed, Jaron Reed, Kobe Bryant, Julian Love, Tyrese Knight, all at various points. We heard from a few of these guys afterwards. Let's see, what do I want to play? How about Jaron Reed, cut 9? The biggest difference in how much better they played last year down the stretch.
I think, we came together more. I think at the time we came in, everybody was just trying to learn what to do. So everybody was kind of out there doing their job. So now we can go out there and do our job, but we can do it together. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, just as far as, like, just knowing the plays, we can know where this person's supposed to be or expect what this person will do, and we can just trust it and play with it and go with it.
Yeah, some of that defensive confidence, I would say, was on display yesterday. A lot more to come. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. We'll get more baseball with Jeff Passan at 8:30. We'll have more football with Coach Macdonald here at 9:30. Looking forward to chatting with him. Good text from the 509. Hearing how guys perform in the first practice doesn't really concern me. What does concern me is if they don't show improvement as practices go on. Totally agree. Great point. Now, this isn't his first practice. This was just our first practice that we got a chance to see. But you're right. This is all about what he looks like in September, not what he looks like in June. But what he looked like in June, Sam Darnold yesterday was concerning. That's all. He didn't look very good. So, all right, coming up, I want you guys to hear from a great Mariner insider, Shannon Drayer. We went through a ton of really important decisions and issues and fun stuff regarding this team, and you're going to want to make sure you hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in his zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Drayer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at WOISeattle.org.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Alex. At just 16, she suffered trauma after a broadside collision with a delivery truck.
When I came in, they were so nice. They were just like, don't worry about anything. We'll take care of that. It's gonna be okay. Live your high school life. We got your back. And they did. I would recommend Rob because they have a passion for caring for people.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got a nice text here from Rye in Spokane. Says, "Hi, Shannon. You're the best." That's true. I totally agree with that, Rye. You and I are on the same page on this one.
Thank you, Rye.
Shannon is the best. So let's not waste any of our time.
I could see Shanny being big in Spokane, by the way.
Yeah. Relatives there.
Uh-huh. Like when I think of a Shannon Drayer market, I think of Spokane.
Do you really?
I do, kind of, yeah. Uh-huh. In the outskirts, you get out to Medical Lake, Salk. I don't know how much time you've spent over there.
All my relatives
not enough.
Are, yeah.
Yeah, not enough time,
Exactly.
I would say.
There you go.
All right. Well, we got a half hour left with Shannon. I don't want to waste any of it. I got about a million things that I want to make sure we talk about. So let's see if we can buzz through a few of these. Because these are kind of questions, debates we've had on the show over the last week or two, and kind of want to get your take on all of them. Let's start with the rotation. You got 5 spots. They're not going to go to a 6-man rotation, which I think is just fine. I would not either.
Well, I'm on the other side of the fence.
Oh, really? You like the 6-man?
Yes, not for the entire time, but absolutely. I think that would help them for a while.
Really?
I've thought it for 3 years, and they're militantly against it, and I do not agree.
I just think you're hurting yourself in the bullpen. Like, I just think it's a really tough spot for them to be in.
How often do they not use that last guy, and you can always go get him? They came out of Houston. Gabe Spire didn't pitch for a week, literally 7 days. Munoz didn't pitch for 6 days. I mean, you've got plenty of arms down in that bullpen. And if it doesn't work, then you can always make
So
that
you
move.
would go to 6 when, either now or when Logan comes back?
Yes, for a short time, especially with Bryce being where he's at. What happens when they do 6, Mike, and they do this when they, obviously when they're on rehab, they have them on that schedule, but the starters get an extra work day. And with this group in particular, I think they get a lot out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're looking at what you'll have at the end of the season, too, because you give them that little extra rest. Now, you're going to have that anyway because 3 of your starters have spent significant time on the IL. But I think getting them back into it, particularly if they're trying to work through some things, I think it absolutely would help. And you have the guys to do it.
All right. So let me then ask you the next part of this, which is you've got 7 guys you like. It is starting to feel like they can grow pitchers in a lab, and by the time they get up here to the big leagues, they're tremendous in terms of their success as starting pitchers. Does it change at all the future contract negotiations or outlook for guys like Logan or Kirby or maybe even eventually one day Bryce and Brian?
I don't think so because those guys, they are the top of the top, and it still took them a few years. It took Logan a few years to fully become Logan. He did a lot of good things along the way, and I don't think that is discounted with them. They are pitching-based. They are their own pitching-based. And I think, do they feel better if they aren't able to get deals done with the guys that they want to? Probably, but they're not ready to, put it all on Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock. And, you got to point to also there is they have focused on offense in the draft over the last few years. Evans, where he's at, I would say it's not a surprise in the last year. It's a surprise in the last 2 years. When you drafted him, you didn't think he would get here very quickly. You were very intrigued by what he had, the number of pitches, the stuff, the way he uses things differently. Then you got him in and you found out his makeup and whatnot. So you've learned a lot about him in a short amount of time. But you shouldn't have had that type of pitcher with their draft priorities for a little while to come. And Emerson Hancock has been a long work in progress. And a lot of credit to him, what he's done.
Bryce Miller's start Saturday was?
To be expected. Yeah, he's a different one because he's coming off an IL that he wasn't on very long, and his routine did not change very much. He was only down for a few days. So, you know what? Maybe I look at it and say that, yeah, there were some encouraging things on that, and he's still kind of processing through what we saw with him when he went out.
He seemed to feel pretty encouraged. I mean, we were watching it, and it looked like the fastball started to dip in velocity a few innings in.
Not thinking about it. It was 91 miles an hour.
Okay, so it did. This is what Bryce said afterwards.
Yeah, it's not fun pitching through stuff, and yeah, especially when I went out in the first inning and was letting it rip and everything felt really good. That's super encouraging. It's felt really good the last really week and a half. So yeah, that's encouraging. And I think moving forward, I just have to make sure I keep body and the arm and the elbow warm, especially on a cool night. And whoever set the fire alarm off, that wasn't ideal for me, but we got through the fourth, and yeah.
Freaking Benetti.
Is he's saying he's encouraged to feel 100%.
A month from now, are we going to be talking about his bone spur, or is this going to be a non-story?
I don't know. I mean, does it pop up? Is it really not an issue right now? Did the cortisone shot take care of the inflammation there? We don't know. I mean, that's something that until it's not in there anymore, I would imagine it can pop up at any time. But I think that's when you do have to listen to the player and how he's feeling. And that's very different from what he said before he took the break, got the shot, and found out what it was.
Yeah, it's gonna be a curious story, because this also then involves, I'm sure, an agent and his team and the people around him, Salk, and okay, how much of this can I do and can I weather versus what is in the best interest of Bryce Miller's career and long-term career? Would it be better to get that bone spur out of that elbow? If this trends this way, and I think I'm with Lyle here. I don't think this is a 2-month deal. I don't think he's going to get 6-7 starts. I think this is the next 2, 3, 4 starts for him individually to just say, yeah, you know what, let's do this thing.
He's got to be effective. We got to see an effective Bryce Miller, and then you say, all right, he's capable of doing it. Okay, what does it look like managing it the rest of the way? But if you go 2, 3 more starts where he's ineffective and the fastball is in the low 90s, yeah, I mean, don't you think that has to change the conversation, especially given that you've got 2 other guys that have pitched really well after coming up?
Of course. I mean, it's, this rotation, when they are all healthy, and you look around baseball right now and you see, the Scoobles and the Hunter Browns and players like that, and you look at the Mariners rotation and you're like, we don't have one of those right now. And I would question if you really have one, period. And its effectiveness, they are all very, very good pitchers. They all, at their best, could be an ace on any team. Maybe Brian Wu is kind of that one that's just a little bit different. Logan Gilbert, absolutely, when he is on and what he's turned himself in, can be that guy. And I can't wait to, get his season restarted and going there. But their strength is as a rotation. That is their superpower, that it is 1 through 5. And that when you're going into a New York or you're going into a Houston, that every night you're throwing one of those guys at them.
It's sort of a Voltron-like situation. Like their strength really comes when they're all together and you get one after another.
And
I think
it
you're
also
right.
benefits the bullpen, too, obviously.
No, I think you're right about all that.
I think that, early on, I think that you can have that pitcher that's trying to figure it out right now. And And Bryce is somebody who, you've got to take the mental component in with it, too, because he breaks things down to a degree that you just don't see. But I think he's going to let you know if it is too much.
What's going on with Jorge Polanco, Shannon? 1 for his last 31 after the torrid start to the season. He looked like he was going to get back out in the field. He looked like he was going to start taking at bats against lefties. And then he's back at DH, and he's bunting the only time he comes up against a lefty. What's going on with Jorge Polanco? Because Dan and Justin and everyone have said he's fine. It's not a health issue, but that doesn't seem believable.
Yeah, I don't know. In his career, in his history, it's always been a health issue. And it might not be a flat-out injury. If it was a flat-out injury, then he would be out. It's a nagging this or a nagging that. And we know that, he was able to hit with the oblique because I think he was pretty much 100% on the other side. And there's something else that's bothering him now.
Beyond the oblique.
Yes.
Okay. So it's got, and I think the assumption then is it, or the question, maybe it's not an assumption, but the question is it the knee? And I don't know whether I'm asking you that question, but we're asking in general, right, sort of rhetorically, is it the same knee that was the problem all of last year that seemed like it was going to be fixed coming into this season?
Yeah, we don't get answers on that. But I can tell you that, I have seen indications that there is something that's going on lower body.
Yeah, and then that's a delicate situation, right? I mean, because of all of last season and because of waiting through the offseason and because of the torrid start.
I got to tell you that.
Delicate
No, it's not
the
delicate.
organization.
No, it's not delicate. I'm going to disagree with you, Brock. And I'm going to just say, if we saw last year, Jorge Polanco can't play through the nagging injury. He can go out there every day, but he's not an effective player trying to play through a nagging injury. To me, this is very clear. If Jorge Polanco has a nagging lower body injury that's in any way bothering him the way last year's was, get the surgery, do whatever you need to do immediately and get out of there and get healthy. Because we saw what a healthy Jorge Polanco looks like. He's nasty. He's awesome. He's one of the better hitters we've seen. But if he can't do that, and he showed last year he can't, I don't want to see a nagging injury with Jorge Polanco. I want to see healthy Jorge Polanco or no Jorge Polanco.
And it might not even be a surgery situation.
Fair.
It's just, something.
But couldn't it be a 10-day IL situation? And you would think, I thought that was going to be the move on Friday or Saturday for Cole Young. I was shocked when it was Leo Rivas instead of an IL stint for Polanco at that point because I thought that's where this thing was going.
Well, you look at, it's been an entire month right now. For the month of May, Polanco is, second from last, WRC plus, OPS. He clearly is struggling right now. And it does seem that it is. And again, in his history, it's always been because there's been something nagging. I think you have the opportunity right now. Maybe they're waiting for Luke Raley to come back. Maybe they feel they can't do that. Maybe they feel, I know Harry Ford is hitting up a storm in AAA, but maybe they don't want to do that because of the runway thing, and you might have to switch him out in 10 days, and they don't want to do that. But I do think you're to a point where how long can you let that go on?
Well, Salk, I say delicate for the player as well, because put yourself in Jorge's shoes at this stage of his career. Right, where obviously the market was really soft.
But this isn't helping him either.
Coming off of an injury-riddled season, and you don't want to be injured yet again and go into and try, on a one-year deal to try to kind of prove it. And all of a sudden, once again, you got a knee, and once again, you're injured. So to not say it's delicate on his side, I think is missing.
Well, he's just shown what he can do, and and even if it's a situation where it's nothing, and it could be, even if it is that. Don't you say, hey, you know what, you got to take a few days and work something out. Texas is doing that with Adolis Garcia right now. He's been out of the lineup for 4 days because he's had a miserable start, and let's go rework something. Let's figure something out here. Yeah. It can't be fun to be going to the plate right now.
You mentioned Harry Ford, and he leads to a really good debate or a good conversation. So Harry Ford has been tearing up AAA, obviously. He's a catcher by trade, and according to him, that's what he would like to keep doing. Here's a little bit from Harry Ford.
If a team wants me somewhere, I'm going to do my best to learn that spot, but I'm a catcher at heart. Like, catching is what I love to do. And I'm always going to fight to stay as a catcher, but I'm also always ready to help the team.
By the way, great answer from a kid. I mean, that's exactly what you would want to hear. But kind of a weird spot. We get a lot of text messages that say, bring up Harry Ford, have him catch twice a week because Cal's on an unsustainable pace of catching, and, just get rid of Mitch Garver and everything should be fine. And I'm struggling with that one because it feels a little unfair to ask a kid to come up to the big leagues for the first time and play only a couple of times a week and not get a lot of at-bats. That's not really the best thing usually for their development. How do you handle the future of Harry Ford? And is there a future for Harry Ford here in Seattle in a world where Cal Raleigh is one of the best players in baseball?
Yeah, there is. Cal Raleigh's not going to play every game behind the plate for his entire career. And, I think that there is an appreciation for what Harry does behind the plate and the kind of athlete he is. I think that he could, play behind the plate for a couple of days, perhaps play out in the outfield for a day or two, DH here and there too. And as he develops, I think the challenge will be is that if he were to stay with the Mariners, and I think they're open to it, I think they do see, someday Cal can't do that every day. And I don't think we're talking 5 years down the line. I think, ideally, you'd like to at least get him to the 1 day a week, which he isn't even doing right now. By the second half of the season, I hope he is. I think that Harry, as he's coming up, the challenge will be, can you continue to hit the way that you are hitting, which, by the way, is kind of exactly what they want. They don't need him to be the home run guy. He is on base. He is, and via the hit, not necessarily the walk, although he can walk. Can he continue? Can the bat continue if he's not playing every day?
How is he as a catcher? Is he competent?
He's improving. Let's remember that he was a high school. This is a very different situation than Cal, and I have heard of improvement every year. Is he elite? No. Does he have the experience that Cal has? Obviously not. But he did a good job. I heard that they did, and I heard from some pitchers that they were comfortable with him catching in spring training, that he did some nice things.
How much more time, Shannon, do you think the Tellez, the Solanos, the Garvers, how much more time do you think they have, and how many more at-bats do you think they have before maybe some decisions have to be made on them from either within or folks coming in from the outside?
Well, I think, you don't have replacements right now. You're probably still a month away from it. So I do think that there is time, but you do look at it, and right field, you're among the bottom in production from right field this year. First base, not much better. So those are the areas, and there will be players available at both. So I think that, and again, you're going to want a very functional bench, too, if you are going to do what you want to do.
I do like their bench a little bit better today than I did a week ago. I do like, the one thing about bringing up Cole Young and saying that he's going to play, I think, most days at second base is it really puts Dylan Moore and Miles Mastroboni back into the roles they're supposed to be in instead of the ones they were starting to fill, which was, I think, starting to be exposed over the course of the last couple of weeks. Like, Dylan Moore's a really good player, especially good if you use him in the spots that cater to his talents. Same with Mastroboni. Seeing him pinch hit late in games is probably not ideal, but seeing him pinch run and score the winning run on Saturday is much more who he is, and defensive replacement and the versatility. I really love a lot of that. So I kind of like where their bench is going, but you have names in mind as you start thinking about 2 months from now, and the Orioles are going to be in town this next 3 days.
Ryan O'Hearn,
right, and he's not the only one. Mountcastle's not playing.
He's probably going to be one of the best, or one of the top if available.
I would think so.
One of the tough ones to get.
I've thrown out a few names of guys that intrigue me. O'Hearn obviously is on there. Mountcastle would be on there. He's not. He's hurt, so we won't see him this weekend. He's having a miserable year, but I think he's a good player. We've talked about if the Brewers fall out, maybe Rhys Hoskins, who I know the Mariners like a lot.
How about Gino Suarez?
Well, that would be interesting. Certainly the Diamondbacks are teetering, and everybody loves Gino. He's had his ups and downs. Who was I thinking about with the Pirates? Who were we talking about the other day who's a Pirate that I thought might
Kiner Falefa?
Yeah, Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
I wanted him in the offseason.
I like him. I think he'd be a great addition. They weren't giving him up because
they made him as the everyday shortstop.
Any names start to ring out to you?
Well, you just listed a bunch of them right there. And I'm also looking in the bullpen. You need another leverage arm in the bullpen. I think you covered everybody that I was looking at.
There aren't that many. That's what's sort of weird. Like,
what about Tampa? I mean, Tampa's hanging in there right now. Is this when you see Yandy Diaz?
yeah.
Lau is not having a good year this year, so I'm not so sure about Lau is not having a good year, so I'm not sure about that as much. But you keep an eye on Tampa. You keep an eye on Toronto. It's still very, very early, but I'm starting to feel better. My concern was that there were going to be so many teams that felt like they were in it, and especially in the American League, because everything is so down. Now, I think there are going to be teams beyond the ones like the Rockies. There's nothing there. I'm not interested in Luis Robert Jr. in Chicago. There's nothing there, but I do think, and I don't know if Baltimore, they've been so stubborn. I don't know if that's going to happen, but they got to look at what happened this year. And, that wasn't your manager. I'm sorry. There are other things going on.
If you're interested in some entertainment, I recommend following Jason La Canfora on Twitter. You get the occasional football take because, he's covered the NFL forever. But mostly what you get are just absolutely furiously angry Orioles tweets, which are... I mean, considering where they were just a couple of years ago, I mean, they're talking about, they can't even believe Adley Rutschman's in the lineup. They're so mad about what he's doing. It's like, this guy was supposed to be like much better than Cal just like a year or two ago.
Well, everybody believed that. He's still, on a list. They'll still sneak him above Cal sometimes.
Sheesh. Well, I don't think after this month that's going to be too possible anymore. But wow, I mean, I am fascinated to watch them come in here, Brock, in the next few days.
Well, they just swept the White Sox. So, I mean, they did just at least do that. So you're not getting them losers of 12 of the last 15 or 15 in the last 20 of the stretches they were on. Shannon, last thing for me is we had you in here the entire hour. And thank you on your off day for being so kind to come in and start your day and kick off your day with us. 104 games to go, 58 games now into this season. That's not a tiny sample size. We chatted with you, I remember, down there in late February as you got your first week on these Mariners down there with Dan and kind of the new regime and the new voice and everything else. I guess 58 games into this season, maybe your most pleasant surprise. And then equally over the next month and a half before some of these acquisitions and transactions, what your eyes will really be watching.
Polanco for the first month was my biggest surprise and most pleasant surprise, and I hope they can get him right and find some semblance of that. I thought that was just fantastic. Cal Raleigh obviously had big hopes for him. I didn't know he was going to take over baseball, and I'm getting a real chuckle over how. Remember how it was Ty? He can really hit France. And now it's Cal, best catcher in baseball. It's like part of his name now. And you're hearing it outside of Seattle, too, which is so much fun. So that obviously has been very huge. The resilience that they have shown. You cannot tell me that this team would take the hits. And it's not just the pitching. You lost Victor Robles. He was supposed to be a huge part of this. You lost Polanco in the field. You never had Polanco in the field, and that's why you lost Luke Raley. You were talking about Dylan Moore and Mastroboni having to play out of. That's why, and so the fact that they were able to scramble and on the fly put together the first month that they did and survive the second, you knew it was going to fall back to earth a little bit. I think you've learned a lot about this group, and there's a ton of confidence in it. And I am so intrigued right now by where Julio Rodriguez is. I think that he is following a process and a path, and I like what I see from him, not only in what he's doing at the plate, not only what I like from what he's doing out in the field, but he just seems to be kind of calmer than he's ever been.
All right, so let me ask you about that. We could probably spend another hour talking about Julio. We only have another couple of minutes, maybe two, but I'm with you. I've really enjoyed Julio this year, and sometimes Brock and I have kind of gotten into it a little bit. I love all the other things other than the hitting he's doing and the defense and the base running. You saw it this weekend. What you just said, do you think he might feel like he's calmer and in a more comfortable place because Cal is doing everything he's doing to make Julio not have to be the star that carries the lineup?
Maybe. I mean, I think that could be very valid, and I don't think that he absolutely had to be, but he put that on him from day one.
And there's no right answer. This is guesswork.
Yeah. I think that he's matured a little bit in the game and realizes that it isn't as easy as it always was for him, and that you do have to have a patience with it. I feel like I messed up a walk-off interview a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him about his patience at the plate. And he's like, well, I'm a very aggressive hitter. And I'm like, I know that. What I meant was, and what it didn't come out on the fly was He's patient in sticking with his approach. He is patient in taking the base hit. He is patient in, okay, I can go the other way. He's patient in, and then I just landed on, he's not chasing anything offensively right now. And I really think he's letting the game come to him. And I think that is something that he probably had to get experience and feel and time in the game. And I think it's starting to add up, and I do feel like this should and hopefully something spectacular in the second half or sooner.
I'll say this. He is right now on pace for the best WAR season of his career, at least according to Baseball Reference, which is crazy. We're a third of the way through the year. He's at 2.2. He triples that. He's going to be at 6.6, which would be the best of his career, despite having the lowest OPS figure of his career. That's how much he's doing outside of that with the base running, with the defense. And, if he gets on one of those hot streaks, everything can kind of come together. All right, we'll see. Shannon, thank you. I'm with Brock. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in on the off day. It's great to have you in here for an hour and just talk baseball and do a little round table with you. We appreciate it. And you'll be at the park, of course, the rest of the week.
You got it. I will be.
All right, the great Shannon Drayer. Mariners get back to it tonight. We'll have Jeff Passan at 8:30 and come right back here on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only, John Morosi is with us. We're trying to figure out what's going to be happening as we approach the trade deadline.
For me, the lineup is still the spot where I would focus on the most. This team has shown they've got plenty of pitching. They always do. The second half of the lineup, for me, is what's going to be the difference between them having a good chance at a postseason berth and a team that can win a round.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with no credit financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing is available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains, you know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day, but when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, rolling along here. Good morning to you, Brock.
Good morning, Michael. Gosh, you look good.
Thank you. I'm down at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center for a big conversation with Mike Macdonald at 9:30. We'll have Jeff Passan at 8:30. By the way, he has his big trade deadline piece out. Just read through it. He's got one name for the Mariners circled in bold, and we'll talk a little bit about that later this morning. It's my second time out here in less than 24 hours. I came out for practice yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, the defense looked great.
Good.
Defense looked great. Let's start there. The
They
defense looked great. They won the day. They looked fast. They looked, I can't tell how physical they looked, but they looked good. Running game looked good. They really ran the ball well. They did. A lot of fullback use. They ran the ball well.
That's how you win, Salt.
Well,
run and play defense. Not run and play defense. What we are.
It's the
who
way
we
this
are
team
is what we
built.
are. Who we are, what we are. Who we are, what we are.
That is the good news, and that's what I want. So I'm not complaining.
Yes.
But Sam Darnold did not look good.
Oh, darn it. Really?
Rocky did not. It was
really
tough. It was not good. It wasn't good.
Are you going to wear your glasses the whole show today? Please
Probably,
do.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I know. I wear my glasses when I'm down here so I can see what I'm doing. But
Yes.
I
Were you wearing them on the field yesterday?
No, I didn't.
No.
But I don't need them to see distance. Like I can see far away. And by the way, I didn't need them to see the hesitancy before all the throws.
Okay.
It wasn't a good day for him. Now, again, it's just one day, and I don't want to make too much of it. But two big things.
All right.
And I'm going to tell you about one and ask you about the other. I'll tell you this.
Okay.
If you had no idea who was who, and you just showed up at practice yesterday and watched the three quarterbacks, you would have no problem saying at the end of practice that Drew Lock should be the starting quarterback. If all you didn't know the names, didn't know the people, didn't know anything, and just watched that one practice,
right,
it would be clear and obvious that Drew Lock would be your number one quarterback. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than that. Obviously, I'm not saying that should be the case or is the case, and I'm not Mr. Drew Lock supporter for anybody who knows me and has been around. I'm trying to get myself excited about Darnold. You know, I was hoping that Jalen Milroe was going to look incredible. He looked like a rookie. But it would have been obvious, Brock. I mean, 2 picks in 3 plays and 7-on-7. One was late over the middle. There was just a lot of hesitant late throws. He was behind a couple guys. And again, like, that's one practice. And maybe he's sick. Like, who knows? But it was you couldn't not notice it yesterday.
2 other people I chatted with. I don't want to, say their names. Say my name. Say my name. So I'm gonna just do this as source information. Both used the same word yesterday, and I'm curious if you would co-sign on this as the third voice. Frenetic. Just looked frenetic. Did not look settled with his feet, with his eyes. I know those things are probably a little harder for you to judge, right?
I didn't judge that. I don't know. Yeah. I won't say that. I don't know. I'm not saying no.
That was from 2 different, people that got eyes on it as well. Just felt like, you know what? Yeah, things are moving pretty fast. And you know what? They should. And I'm going to also guess, Salk, he was going against, again, this is not to make excuses nor explanations. It's all about execution and expectations, but he was probably going against the ones. I know Julian Love picked him off once, and so he's probably playing against the ones.
But he's also playing with the ones.
Drew's getting to play against the 2s. And,
but he's playing with the 2s, too. I mean, like, that should even out.
Yeah, but Cody White, no, the NFL, you'd rather it's – if I had – as long as I got some depth at receiver and tight end, and they do, and Zach Charbonnet and what have you, and there's no real line play that you're getting hit or whatever – You should have a better. You should do just
all
fine.
That might be true, Brock, and frenetic might have been the cause, but what the result was hesitant. And that was probably the word that jumped out much more so to me. Got picked off by, as I said, Julian Love over the middle. Josh Jobe got him just a couple plays later. He threw behind Arroyo. He threw behind a running back. There were some tough moments. Yep. Jalen Milroe did not stand out throwing the ball particularly well.
Did 6 look as bad in person as we thought?
No, it actually looked better in person, but I do feel bad, and I'm sure he'll change it as soon as possible. Probably the most interesting, one of the last plays of practice, he scrambled. It was the only time I saw him run and tried to get to the pylon in a goal line situation. Yeah. And Eamon Warwick caught him at like the 1. And if you remember, right, that was the thing that happened in college. Eamon Warwick was the only guy to catch him from behind. And I don't know who it was. It was probably Spoon, but I don't know. Someone you could hear yell, "We've seen that before." And that was kind of awesome.
That's great. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the observation. Okay. And I don't know what it means. I just know what I saw. Question: is it common this time of year, because it didn't seem it to me, for the quarterback reps to be split almost evenly? It struck me as odd. Don't know that it is. I'm not calling, ascribing meaning to it. And Darnold clearly got the 1 reps. Then you went to Locke. Then you went to Milroe. They separated at times. Like there was no doubt who the number 1 quarterback was. And he probably, I would say 40, 30, 30 in terms of reps, something like that.
Yeah.
45, 30, 25, something like that. I don't have an exact number.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty common. I would say that's fairly common, right? So our high school practice this morning early in the rain, jeepers, and it was 4-4-4. Right, so you just kind of 4-4-4, 4-4-4, 4-4-4. You just kind of run through a team period if there's 20 plays or what have you. Now that can be in very different, by kind of position, pecking order, everything else. But that does not stand out to me. That's not a what? Sam Darnold didn't get 8 of the 10 reps? No, not in the first, phase or third of this third OTA, season or whatever. Third phase and second practice of OTA, first to the media. That doesn't strike me as odd. That would be kind of, I think that would be kind of fitting. Now, if Drew Lock's going with the 1s, then we're having maybe a little different conversation.
And that did not happen. I don't want to overdo it, but it struck me as odd. But, I've seen a lot more, I would say, training camp practices in my life than Phase 3 OTA voluntary practices. So I don't know how much to make of it. It struck me as a little odd. That's all.
Yep, and, Milroe's a third-round pick. Kind of want to see what he gets. I would say that maybe of everything is a little bit uncommon if he was getting almost as many reps as the other guys, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of an outlier for the third guy to get that much reps. But, again, he's the third-round pick, and he needs them, and you kind of want to spoon-feed him and see what you got, right, and see it pretty quickly because
and I didn't
reps
chart
are premium.
I don't have like an exact figure on it. I didn't chart it because I didn't know it was going to be interesting. More.
So
if
are you
go
saying
out,
so? There's a QB controversy. Is that
I'm
what
not
we're saying
saying
at 7:09.
I'm not saying that, but I do think that I'm going to ask Mike Macdonald today when we talk to him. Is there, is that set in stone, or is there anything that could be done over the next few months before September for somebody else?
Well, if Drew Lock keeps stacking day after day after day after day after day, that's on Drew to stack all of those days and put that pressure on Sam.
Is it though? But like, even if he does that, you just say, look, they paid Sam Darnold, and he's a gamer, and he did what he did last year in games,
Sure.
and what he does in practice doesn't necessarily. I mean, like. That's kind of what I'm curious about. So, look, we'll ask him. I promise I'm not trying to turn this into a quarterback controversy.
No, I think that was a consensus. I think you and Brady and Hawkblogger and just about everybody that had eyes out there kind of saw that wow, Drew had a really good day, and Sam had some mistakes down there, especially in the red zone.
I'll give you a whole bunch more takeaways on other stuff coming up at 7:30. They're closer to tidbits, Brock, but I've got a bunch of takeaways and tidbits for you.
I'm kind of feeling this look, by the way.
Oh, you like it? You like the glasses?
Yeah. Shu did this to me one year. Bob with shoes, and we just started game number 1. I looked over. He went glasses. He's like, yeah. I don't care. I'm just at that age and that stage. I'm just going glasses.
I got to keep them low on the nose, though, because I can't see if I trying to look long distance, I can't see through the glasses. So I got to kind of keep them low in the nose.
So you know what you can do? And I just heard a special. Like, you can get 3 pairs of like progressives for.
No, I don't want that. I don't like the progressive.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't mind keeping them a little low on the nose. I'm just fine. I have very long eyelashes, Brock. So the farther away the glasses are, the more comfortable they are for me. We'll be right back. Mariners making news a couple different ways, and they've got a huge series starting tonight. Jeff Passan's going to join us at 8:30, and as I said, he's got one name in bold for the Mariners to try to acquire at the deadline. Mike Macdonald at 9:30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
What a weekend.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle, base hit.
The Mariners' resilient shine.
A walk-off single. Julio scores.
The big dumper unloads.
Cal Raleigh does it again.
Tonight, the homestand continues with a first of 3 against the Orioles at T-Mobile Park. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners and the AL West race. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, as the sun is rising on just a gorgeous Pacific Northwest morning, and by the way, it's going down now after 9 o'clock at night, and you're just frustrated, you're not sleeping good, your finances are messy, your insurance, you just don't know what's covered, you don't understand why the costs keep going up, then you need to do what Molly and I, my mom, so many of my friends have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge, totally free. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories through the years, we decided to make the call, to go online, firstmarkinsurance.com, and see what this was all about. And not only has it saved us significant money every year on our premiums, we know exactly what we've got covered now. That is a victory, and it can be yours too. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've got that connective tissue with to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. Did I mention it's totally free? They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show on Friday, June 13th, presented by T-Mobile, after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Strong play call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
Visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a patriotic palooza on July 3rd and an 80s show on July 18th. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, including a Father's Day socks giveaway Sunday, June 15th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's! Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's a really fun, big series for the Mariners tonight, trying to win this homestand. They evened it up, and now a win in this series will give them a winning record on the homestand, which would be great, coming off a 6-4 road trip as well. Standing in their way, a Baltimore team that has just imploded this year after, being in contention the last couple of years. They fired their manager. They've been better since then, 7-8, but still not that good. They have problems in the rotation. It's weird that they haven't hit, but, Adley Rutschman's really struggled. They're starting to heat up, especially in the middle. Holiday and Henderson are starting to do their thing, so we'll see where this goes. They only have one starter with an ERA under 4. That's Tomoyuki Sugano, but he goes tonight against George Kirby. We'll see what George looks like in his third start back. Hancock and Povich tomorrow, then Eflin and Wu on Thursday.
And just a beautiful day, right? Holy smokes.
That's going to be gorgeous all week, man.
Do you know now, Salk, in the month of June, these are the longest hours, longest days of the year?
I do.
That sun does not set till after 9 o'clock.
I'm well aware.
This
that is
game,
one of those things you need to know.
Game could almost end as the sun,
Yes.
sun is setting.
Oh, absolutely.
That is everything you need to know. That's
Yeah,
all
there's
you
some
need
good
to know.
pitching. Yeah,
Put your
that
butt
could
there in the
definitely
seats and
happen.
take it in.
Could definitely happen. And yeah, you're going to have eyes on these Orioles. Specifically, make sure you're watching Ryan O'Hearn, because he's the name that Jeff Passan circled in bold as the best fit for the Mariners at the deadline. He's a first base DH type, and he has hit the cover off the ball this year, even while no one else in his lineup is doing so.
Chucky Mullins still on that roster?
Cedric Mullins?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
He's a Mariner killer. Don't let him be. I don't know. I know it's Chucky Mullins.
Cedric Mullins?
Chucky Mullins, I think, was an old DB. Cedric
All right,
Mullins?
we'll go with Cedric.
All I know is that guy kills the Mariners, so don't let him beat you. Don't let O'Hearn beat you. Don't let Holiday. I mean, they still got a lot of names.
I know. Like, you look at the team, you expect them to be good. They're like 100 games out of first place.
Here's the second thing you need to
Well, this
know.
probably shouldn't be a huge surprise, but Cal Raleigh was one of the players of the week. That's what happens when you go 8 for 23 with a 348 average, 6 home runs, and 10 driven in. Maybe the only surprise to people here was that he had to share it. Co-player of the week with Rays shortstop Junior Caminero. But when I give you his numbers, I don't think you'll be too mad. 11 for 29, that's a 379 average, 8 extra base hits, and 13 driven in. So whatever, it doesn't really matter. Cal is hitting the you-know-what out of the ball. Cut 3, Mark DeRosa on yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy says, yeah, what he's doing right now is just incredibly impressive.
I think the thing that blows me away, though, like I keep going back to it, is the fact that he's a catcher first. They have such a powerful staff, and for him to have to, like, that's his first job. When he shows up to the yard, he's game planning how he's going to attack from the defensive side, what the pitcher's going to do that day. And then once that time and effort's put in, that's when he goes into the cage probably and gets his work in. So to think the rest of us show up and we walk right into the offensive side of it. We're going to get our ground balls and fly balls in batting practice and kind of, just get loose and get a nice little lather and then go into the game. But our focus from the time we get there is from an offensive standpoint. So to think he has to put in double the amount of work and double being a switch hitter and doing it at the level he's doing at, it really is ridiculous.
One thing that benefits him, I was thinking about this, Salk, through some of our different conversations, is continuity. That is all 100% true, but it's like a quarterback that knows his coordinator, he knows his receivers, he knows his linemen, he knows all the calls. There has been so much continuity in his development with Woodworth, with the pitching staff, with all of the guys that he's come up with. I think that's a benefit in this situation. It doesn't minimize anything that DeRosa was saying there, but it also makes the job a whole lot easier when you know everybody and everything.
I mean, that's
about
true, but to lead that pitching staff while working on both your right and left-handed swings, by the way, putting up nearly identical OPS numbers from both sides of the plate, is remarkable. Mariners announcing yesterday Randy Johnson's number 51 will be retired next year. He was very clear that he didn't want to mess with Ichiro. He's getting his number retired this year. But he also spoke here in Cut 5 about maybe rewriting the story of how he ended up being traded.
For whatever reason, after I left Seattle and I was traded. I didn't walk away. I think that is something that I hear from fans still occasionally. For whatever reason, the ownership then didn't make this happen.
Okay. Big Unit still bringing the fastball.
Always, man. He does not let up.
No. There's some Max Unger to the Randy Johnson story. I think both organizations, the one we're sitting in today and the Mariners would say, and like the Seahawks, we just didn't think that he would sustain. We thought the body for Max, the knee and the foot, and we just didn't think he would sustain for another 5, 6, 7 years. And I think the Mariners at that point thought maybe his back was going to be more of a long-term issue. And, well, he went to Arizona and proved that theory wrong.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
First chance to see these Seahawks yesterday. We'll have some takeaways coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The defense looked awesome. I know I talked a lot about the quarterbacks, and we'll come back to that, but the defense did look great. They won the day. Spoon was the loudest, but not the only one who had, by the way, he locked up Cooper Kupp one-on-one. I was like standing with, I think, Hawkwalker, and I was like, all right, I'm going to focus on Cooper Kupp and Spoon here on this rep. and he locked him up. Nothing he could do. It's pretty impressive. Jaron Reed stood out. Kobe Bryant seemed like he had a good day to me. Julian Love with a pick. Tyrese Knight popped for me. I just thought they looked pretty good, especially on defense. Adam Dirty spoke afterwards, defensive coordinator here in Cut 7. He talked about his two young edge guys, Mafe and Hall, and what comes next for them.
I think for Boye, it's really affecting the game on every down and distance. You know, me and him talk about it all the time. Like, he does it. And, like, he really, like, brings the game to life on third down. Like, can he bring the game to life on first and second, just like he brings the game to life on third down? And then D. Hall, it's just, like, consistency of play, being as efficient as possible. Sometimes D. Hall's like a bull in a china shop. So, like, he wastes energy at times. So it's just, like, how efficient can he be? How can he bring his edge moves to life? And they're things we're working on.
You know what we need in Seattle, Salky?
What's that?
We need a Ryan Roland Smith and Dirty podcast. That is what
it is
we need.
jarring every time you hear it. You're like, I forgot.
So good.
Funny. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour.
No, it's not quite. Not quite everything you need to know. Well, you need to know the UW men's crew team. I didn't give them a shout out yesterday. Win yet again a national title because that's what we do. We're winners, conference champions, winners.
Sure.
Also need to pay it off. I think the Kangaroos of Lake Washington spanked my Vikings, and then went on. Do I understand, Lyle? They went on to win the state championship as well.
They won it all. It's the third one.
Third one, Kangaroos
today?
No, I should have. I didn't think about it. That's my bad.
That's ridiculous because you were reminded yesterday on the text toy. I saw it, so I kind of thought by today you might have gotten that together. Very sad.
He's a little bitter.
No, that's my bad. It's my bad. I didn't wear the gear. I should have worn the gear. But yeah, shout out the Kangaroos. Shout out my old head coach, Derek Bingham. They've been awesome.
All right. A lot of people with very mixed opinions on this quarterback thing, Brock. Let's see. On one side, Salk 509 says McCarthy is thriving in OTAs. Did Minnesota's offense hide many of Darnold's flaws? I think so. I don't know. I think we're going to have to wait and see on that. Kevin and Callie goes the other way. So the defense had a good day and you're ready to dismantle the quarterback room? Also, didn't Darnold come back later and score a few touchdowns in a row? Jeez, Mike, sometimes you are unlistenable. God. Hey, man, I'm just telling you what I saw practice yesterday.
Well, did he? Did he bounce back and respond?
Yes, he didn't throw a pick on every play. It's 7-on-7.
What is
he
it,
should
fake
never
news?
throw picks.
You don't share the whole story? Gosh, he bounced back. He showed grit.
He did.
Resiliency, Salk. Resiliency.
He did. But also, I don't know, man.
All right, let's get to your tidbits. Let's go.
You want tidbits?
Yes.
Tidbits, takeaways from OTAs yesterday next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the play, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Brock, I think, just learned how summer works with the long days. He just figured out June is the time where we get some of these long days here in Washington. So you know summer is on the way, beach, barbecue, golf, vacation, etc. And you'll take pictures, right? Don't you want to look and feel your very best? You can with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They can help, and you can do it super fast. I lost 15 pounds in just 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks because this program works. Schedule a 15-minute no-obligation consult right now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Healthy, safe, sustainable weight loss. No pills, no injections, no surgery. Real food that you buy at the grocery store, nothing fake. And you will look and feel your very best. It's just on the other end of a 15-minute phone consultation. Get the secret. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule your intro right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. Well, when's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
Hey, 12s, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It was a big day yesterday, Brock. First opportunity to get out and see these Seahawks. We'll be talking to Mike Macdonald 2 hours from now at 9:30 about what he's seeing out at OTAs. That'll be fun. So I'm down at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today here in our beautiful newly redesigned studios.
So good. I don't have to see your crotch, as you said, all awkwardly in the past. Oh, so much better.
Oh, I'm so much happier. Yes. Nobody wants to see my crotch ever.
No.
So this was great. I'm much happier now. My neck's not bothered by sitting here. Everything is great if you're watching on the YouTube video or whatever. So Mike Macdonald at 9:30. We will talk to Jeff Passan at 8:30, an hour from now. But first, Brock, some takeaways from practice.
Wow.
Or maybe they're tidbits. They're kind of in between takeaways and tidbits. Let me see what I can give you here, whether we have the music or not.
You want some music or not for takeaways?
I
or
don't
tidbits?
know.
Lyle, you working the dials? Lyle, you surfing?
I will. I just thought this was a regular season thing. All right, give me a minute.
No.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
That's all right.
Don't point fingers, Lyle. Don't point fingers. Anywho,
fine.
biggest takeaway. Single biggest takeaway.
Well, I've already
given
given the biggest takeaway is in another category. That is obviously the quarterback.
That's a standalone. Okay.
That's a standalone. That doesn't find its way into takeaway tidbits because that is like big.
It was the whole first segment of the show. I mean, it's the
yes.
first segment of the show. Yeah.
And it was first segment at 7 o'clock. Like that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's start with Nick Eamon-Wari because
Oh, nice.
Takeaways.
I told you I would want to have eyes on Eamon-Wari, and he was not exactly what I was expecting. Not in a bad thing, not a bad way. It's a little unfair because I think based on a lot of the talk, I was expecting to see Cam Chancellor, and he's not Cam. He's tall, he's big, but he's nowhere near Cam. In fact, nothing is like Cam. He would need to take shoulders and put them on top of his shoulders to look like Cam. That's how big Cam is. And he's a big dude. He looked to me more like a meteor Reek Woolen, for whatever that's worth. Like if you were to take Reek's body type or Richard Sherman's and kind of make them a little bit more solid, that to me looked more like what I saw from Eamon-Wari. Cam is in his own world. Let's stop with this Cam Chancellor comp.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think two things come to mind. Number one, William Wallace. What, you think I'm 7 foot tall and blow lightning bolts out of my arse? Number one. Number two, I know you so well that if I would have written down some tidbits and takeaways, I would have written this one down.
Yeah.
Because all the pictures I saw in some of the videos as well, and this was leading up to yesterday, I was like, man, this guy is lean. This is not a 230-pound thumper. Like, this is a 210-pound, like, athlete.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt. But yeah,
maybe
they
he's
had
a
him
little
playing
more.
in
Maybe
the
he's a little
box.
more than that. Let me see what they've listed.
He was
him
in the
at
box a
official roster.
lot, Brock. They did have him playing kind of up near the line of scrimmage. Cut 13, his coordinator, Adam Dirty, says this is what he's seen so far.
Cut 13.
Good. He's locked in. You know, he's just going through the rookie process. He's playing a couple of different positions at times, but he puts the work in. Locked in, works really well with Jeff Howard, and he made a couple of plays last week. It was cool to see.
Yeah, he was good, and as I said, he caught Jalen Milroe down by the goal line, so pretty cool to see.
They listed him, by the way, at 220.
Yeah, that sounds right. What do you think Cam was? 235, 240?
235, 230. Yeah.
I mean, like, you could see the difference. Trust me.
I'm trusting you.
Takeaways.
All right, so nearly full attendance, Brock. Every year when people don't show up, we get upset. But this year looked really good, and maybe we'll see one or both of the two guys that weren't there today. The only two players that we could find that weren't there were DeMarcus Lawrence and Jonathan Hankins. Interesting, couple of veterans. If I'm Hankins, I'm there. Like, to me, he's in a battle to try to make this team. I don't know about DeMarcus Lawrence. But look, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to be out there. Yes, they're voluntary, so you don't get forced to do it. But there's no doubt it makes the team better. Why else would they have these? Cut 15. Jaron Reed is a veteran. He's been through these wars a million times, and he thinks it's kind of a big deal.
Oh, just to build the chemistry, you know, and for one, just to be around the teammates. I like being here, and it's actually fun, you know, when you're away and you're watching film, you're just missing a lot. You're missing that camaraderie, that togetherness, you know, building that connection with your teammates. That's the time that we use for right now.
To be fair, I know DeMarcus Lawrence has been there.
Okay,
yes.
He's not there right now,
Yes.
but he has been there for some of these.
Yep.
Yeah, all the other pictures we saw from Phase 1 and Phase 2, he has certainly been present and accounted for. And yeah, this is in the heyday, right? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There weren't a lot of guys missing. Now, maybe after the Super Bowl or two, maybe there was a camp in Vancouver. Maybe there was, things change a little bit. Maybe there's a service project in Haiti. You know, maybe give
It's the only time you can do it. no other flights. the only way you could get there. It was good to see the whole group there for the most part. And, Jonathan Hankins. And yesterday.
And to be fair, I was with you with Golden Tate in Vancouver. I wasn't with you on April building houses in Haiti.
Yes, you were.
That was a harder sell.
Nah, you were there with me. You know who else was there with me? KJ Wright. Because he says you should be there. They're voluntary, but if you want to win, show up to practice.
Takeaways.
All right, first team play I saw, Brock, included a fullback. And it wasn't the only one. I saw a bunch of plays that had a fullback, and on almost all of them, it was Robbie Hughes. He was out there as the fullback for a lot of the reps. Ken Walker was in a few drills, but more was on the sideline. He participated a lot less in the team portion, if at all. It was a little hard to tell. I thought he did a couple of early drills, and then that was it. But there was a lot of fullback out there, which was cool. It just looks different.
Did you find yourself going, oots, 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 oots?
I promise you I did not.
You did not?
I did not find myself
How about
doing
when
that.
Cooper Kupp was doing anything? In my cup stays in my cup.
I
Or
didn't
either
do
of the
that
same.
either.
Nothing.
No.
None of that was reverberating around. You were locked in yesterday. Man.
Yeah.
You were
I was
totally
focused. Yeah, I was really focused.
Oots is a big cat now, huh?
You know what he looks like? Fullback.
Yeah.
I did not. I was a little concerned he would look like a tight end playing fullback. He didn't.
No.
He looked like a fullback playing fullback, and he was down his three-point stance, and it looked very natural for him. I'm sure that there's a learning curve, and he's got to figure all that out. But he looked, at least to my eye, very natural.
And shorts just don't fit him, right? I mean, it's not his fault. It's not like Derek Hall rolling the shorts up. The shorts just don't fit.
But we're going to get to some guys that don't fit into shorts. But he looked good. That was kind of a nice little surprise to see Robbie Hughes out there a lot.
I'm going to guess under center
role.
then, with a fullback under center?
Yes, 100%.
Awesome.
Under center
Awesome.
with a fullback, and it looked pretty natural.
Love it live.
Takeaways.
All right, this one might be my imagination, so take it with a grain of salt. But it seemed like Mike Macdonald was a lot louder, that you could hear and feel him more this year than a year ago. As I said, this might be a little bit of my own imagination, or maybe I'm more familiar with him, so I spotted him a little bit more easily now. But I heard him yelling, I heard him organizing, I heard him cheering. I know we often talk about players growing into their voice as they become veterans.
Yeah.
I wonder if some of that is true with a second-year head coach after being a rookie in that job last year. Just to go back to Jaron Reed here in Cut 8, because he spoke at the podium afterwards, he was asked about the difference with the coaching staff in year 2, and here's what he said.
I think they're not lax. They're more intentional with what they expect from us. I think everybody kind of, just deflated the balloon a little bit, because last year, I think, we weren't holding our breath, but, nobody knew what to expect. It was a new staff, and for us, we were new players, and for us to them, it was new coaching staff. So everybody had to learn each other, learn our likes, what we like, how we play. And I think it's the main thing. It seems like everybody now is just meshing and gelling together. And I'm really excited to see how this season goes.
Jaron, are you going to take, speaking of voice, he's always had a voice. He's always been the alpha from day one. I remember G. Scott saying that, like that first dinner at Daniel's Broiler. And you're like, whoa, Jaron Reed is not afraid to voice it, coming from Alabama and all the success there. Not only is he kind of the senior guy on it, don't you feel from just a leadership and all the new pieces offensively, and no DK and no Geno, and this is now multiple occasions where I felt, wonder if we're going to hear even more and more and more from Jaron, and I don't think that would be a bad thing. Saw it last year, right? Saw it with our eyes. Saw him getting in Derek Hall's face. Saw it with those fellas. I think we'll hear it even more this season.
Takeaways.
Quick one. You asked me to go look at the tight ends. You couldn't miss them, Brock. I saw a lot of Arroyo, got a bunch of looks in the red zone, caught one touchdown. He is a smooth runner, smooth-looking receiver. He did have the shorts kind of tucked up in, very short shorts on those legs. Very short. And then I'll say Eric Saubert stands out. He just looks the part, man. Big dude. He is like your designed in a lab tight end. Looks like a big, physical, blocking, upper body kind of tight end.
Yeah. I didn't include him yesterday. I should have. Just looking at the tight end roster.
Jumps out.
We kind of talked about that group yesterday and our things to watch. There's Arroyo. There's A.J. Barner. Right? There is the big kid from Minnesota. There's
He looks
Noah
like the
Fant.
best blocker of that group.
Callerup, the kid out of Minnesota. Okay.
I think that was very obvious. He looked,
he's been
at least
around.
body-wise, like the best blocker.
So I think he's been like 8 organizations. I mean, he's been around.
But he's
seen
also
just about
been
everything.
in San Francisco, right? With
Correct.
Kubiak, and so he's definitely, I don't know, he's not a name that I thought I would be talking about, but couldn't help but notice him yesterday.
Takeaways.
I had a conversation with a reporter, I won't say who it is because I don't know whether they want to talk about it or not, about Byron Murphy's body, because it did not look sculpted. I hope that's not a thing. I guess there are some videos floating around on social media of him spending, quote, first-round pick money on bottle service this offseason. There is nothing wrong with that. I do not have a problem with him enjoying his offseason. I don't have a problem with him drinking. I don't have a problem with him going to clubs. That's all fine. But you better look good and play good at the end of all that. And I don't know how he's playing. I'm not saying he didn't play well. I don't know that you could even really tell from a practice like this. But just to my eyes and to this reporter's eyes, it did not stand out that he had continued to tone up the body.
Kind of like the way you frame that. May need to cut that. Did not look sculpted.
He didn't. But look, I mean, again, he may not need to. Maybe they want him to be bigger. I'm not crushing him for it. And I'm certainly not crushing him for having fun in the off season. That's fine. You just got to look good at the end of that.
Here's the reality. Most of those big guys, do you know when they look the best in their entire life? Coming off the combine and
that's fair.
Yeah. That's when you've done all your lifting, all your training, trying to run as fast. Yeah. I remember our strength coach coming back, in 1 year. And he's like, have you ever thought about it, some of you vets, how hard you worked in that combine, how important your body was? Shouldn't it be just as important that, but the reality is, from
really
a
hard.
lean, yes.
I get it.
Yep.
So I'm not crushing the guy, promise, but it was another little tidbit that jumped out, something to look for. I'll give you one more. Just a very quick tidbit. Cody White, receiver, had an awesome
balling,
day.
huh?
Yeah, he caught 2 touchdowns in a row. One on the sideline, he posed by Greg Bell and some of the other reporters. On the second one, it was in the back of the end zone. He ended up right in front of John Schneider, who he pointed at and then got a little fist bump from him. So I thought that was kind of fun. That was.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Cody White, you're kind of looking at it. There's Cup, there's JSN. Obviously, MVS got a little bit of money, but
he looks good.
Man.
You know what he looks like? A little bit thinner DK. He's tall, he's physical, big, fast. He jumped out a little bit, just kind of watching him.
Number
Tariq
1,
Young
right?
had a great play, which was good to see because he got kind of lost in the shuffle last year. So there you go. There's a bunch of takeaways and tidbits from practice. It was not just the quarterbacks. There was a lot to see yesterday. And we'll talk to the coach about all of it at 9:30. Right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions for Brock today. Speaking of Mr. Murphy, Byron Murphy, what's the D-line coach and the defensive coordinator think about him?
Yeah, let me hear cut number 11 here. Dirty was asked about him. I'm going to get to his PFF number here in just a second. You talked about the body. What is Mr. Dirty seeing out of Byron in his sophomore campaign?
Yeah, I think the next level for him is just consistency. I felt like for him, he had a certain role, like a first and second down role, some third down reps. He's really trying to, I think he can make a big jump to become an every down D tackle, and affect the game on all down and distances. You kind of saw glimpses of it last year, but it's just building that consistency, that mental conditioning, physical conditioning, understanding what type of situation you're in for that position, because there's lots of different things that can happen. And then he plays more, kind of different techniques inside.
Yeah, I think there will be a little bit more expectation and eyes, not a little bit, a lot more on Byron Murphy. Somebody a lot of folks wanted in that draft. As funky as that draft was with all those quarterbacks, PFF is just one service. I know that there's some really complimentary stats as far as how many double teams he took on, saw kind of next level baseball savant-like stats of him holding his ground and doing well. But PFF was not terribly impressed. 57.8 on the season. That's got to go up. That is what Dirty's talking about with consistency and impact. If you want to be a D tackle with a high PFF grade like Leonard Williams, you make splash and impact plays. You don't just hold the fort on double teams. You don't take him number 16 overall to just anchor and take on double teams. Got to be a little more than that. And I would agree with Mr. Dirty. That comes with the down-to-down, series-to-series, game-to-game consistency that has to keep maturing.
All right, question number 2. Seahawks are coming out with their top 50 franchise list, right? The franchise's best 50 players. Yesterday, they put out the secondary, which is, a lot of the strength of this organization's history. A little interesting to see one current player on there. How did Spoon make the list?
Yeah, 2 years. 2 years? 2 years in the league? Is that right? 2 years?
Yeah.
I would say 2 things. Number 1, being a top 10 pick helps. All of the attention that comes with being, the number 6 pick in that draft, and taking a corner there, and a guy that can play nickel, and a guy that can do all of that. And we say this all the time, and it works on both ways. When a narrative is written on one side of it, Salk, it is really, really difficult to rewrite it. When a narrative is started in a positive fashion, it gives you a lot of runway and a lot of help. And him coming out his rookie year and making as many splash plays as he did, sitting on prime time on a Monday night game and having Troy Aikman compare him to Deion Sanders, that was the impression, right? That those were the comments that was made. And some of the exposure and some of the attention and some of the hype and all that was super, super positive. Sophomore year, I think, Macdonald would say the same thing. Dirty would say the same thing as we just said about Murphy. Just do it consistently now. You got your hand on the ball, take it away. You knock down a bunch of balls, take them away. Take them away. So it wasn't a sophomore slump by any means. He still played very, very well. He went to the Pro Bowl, Salk, in back-to-back years as well, which helps in these votes and helps in this conversation. So I think that's as much about upside as it was necessarily 2 years of production and a very positive narrative out the gate.
You might need to help me a little bit. Just looking at the defensive backs that made this list. Earl Thomas, obviously. Richard Sherman, obviously. Cam Chancellor, obviously. Nice to see Marcus Trufant's name on there. Kenny Easley, obviously. Eugene Robinson, sure.
Dave Brown, unbelievable.
I don't know the other 2 names on the list. You're going to have to help me. I don't remember Dave Brown, and I don't know John Harris.
So good. Absolute, different era, 80s, obviously, and not a lot of folks in the Seahawks were not the Seahawks until Chuck Knox and those guys kind of came and built their brand. And Kenny Easley was kind of the straw that stirred the whole drink. And but Dave Brown, look at his numbers, his interceptions. Oh my gosh, off the charts. Off
John
in
Harris.
a big corner. I'm not as familiar with John Harris.
Okay.
I'm not as familiar. That one also struck me a little bit, and that was more out of my own not knowing as much of that era.
I guess what I would say is, I guess the reason I bring those up is not to show my ignorance or to complain about them being on there. I have no idea about it. I wasn't living here. I was a kid. But when you see, if for anyone who's looking at Devin Witherspoon, like, oh my God, I can't believe he made it. I mean, so did John Harris. So, that may not be the worst thing in the world. That may not feel quite as generous when it's all said and done. Question number 3. Sorry, I have to say. That's my fault there. Question number 3, other than Byron Murphy, who you mentioned, what else jumped out from the PFF projected roster starters? And we may spend a little bit more time on this tomorrow, but what else jumped out to you?
Well, it's a defense team, right, Salk? The conversation in the offseason is, can this defense, it was borderline great last year, can they be elite? Can they take those steps to really be elite, no matter who you're playing at quarterback? And you would think that from a grading standpoint, if there was like a bell curve or what have you, you would think then this defense would have a lot higher grades, right? And certainly minimize the lower grades. That wasn't the case. Christian Haynes, lowest rated projected starter in the 40s, 48.5. It's not winning football. Either was Bradford's or Lamea's. We need a little higher grade there, so that was the bottom. But the defense actually had 4 starters, Salk. It's 60.7 or lower. The offense was just Christian Haynes. He's the only one.
Who were the
4
defense players?
Projected starters. Byron Murphy, 57.8. DeMarcus Lawrence, 56.8. Ernest Jones, right there at 60.7. And Josh Jobe at 51.0. So
I don't think anyone's surprised by Jobe. I mean, he's sort of a third corner, really. I'm a little surprised by Ernest Jones. That surprises me. I thought he played pretty darn well.
And we know Demos was unbelievable against the run, but that shows you some of the struggles with the injuries and everything else he dealt with against the pass. And as I said, Byron Murphy, and it's hard sometimes on those D linemen, especially those taking on double teams. But yeah, I was a little surprised
I also
to see.
don't know whether Dexter Lawrence or DeMarcus Lawrence is a starter on this team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether he starts for this team.
Yep.
I see him more as a rotational piece, but I guess we'll see. That is today's version of Blue 88. A lot of football today with the Seahawks in their OTA period. And Mike Macdonald's going to join us at 9:30, but not all football. In fact, we have most of the next hour really reserved to talk Mariners. They're in first place. We've got a lot of baseball to come here. Jeff Passan has his article out today detailing all 30 teams and what they could do with the deadline. He's got some names that could be floated more than you might think. He went deeper. There's a lot of pitching. There's a lot of relievers, which could be of interest to the Mariners. And there's a lot to look for with the Orioles, who are going to be in town, including the number one name on Jeff's list that he thinks fits the Mariners. So we'll talk to Jeff coming up at 8:30. Before we do that, though, there are two people on this Mariner team where anytime they decide to talk to each other in public, I'm in. I have to watch. I have to listen. We'll play you the sound next on Brock and Salk.
What a weekend.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle, base hit.
The Mariners' resilient shine.
A walk-off single. Julio scores.
The big dumper unloads.
Cal Raleigh does it again.
Tonight, the homestand continues with a first of 3 against the Orioles at T-Mobile Park. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners and the AL West race. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and save.
Dayandnight.net.
Save up to $6,000 on qualifying cooling equipment. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and you've heard about my success losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. I know you've heard from Ryan Rowland Smith as well. Well, now I want you to hear from someone just like you, a Seattle sports listener. Chad, who lives in the South Sound, he joins me now. Chad, how much weight did you lose?
I lost about 20% of my total body weight. I was down 43 pounds from the start of the reduction phase till it ended.
43 pounds. My gosh, how'd that make you feel? Would you recommend it?
Fantastic. Confident, first and foremost, for me. Much more confident. And then also just healthier, just easier to do things around the house, easier to do things at work. I would 100% recommend it. I can promise you'll lose the weight you want to lose.
Well, that's another ringing endorsement for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Yep, Chad started his journey with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Have the same kind of success I did, the same kind of success as Ryan, and the same kind of success as Chad. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
There are certain things in the world, Brock, that you're just a sucker for, right? Like if it's out there, like you're going to watch it, you're going to listen to it, you're going to read it. There's just certain things that...
like Shawshank Redemption. When it's on TV and you're flipping through the channels, you're going to stick and watch a little bit of it. Die Hard. When Die Hard is on, the American Movie Channel at 2 in the morning, and you're on the road, you're going to probably stick around and watch a little bit of it. Yeah, and when these two get together, you're probably going to stick around and listen to it.
If they're going to do something fun with Logan and Cal and then put out the video, I'm in. I'm just going to let you know I'm in. The chemistry between those two guys is amazing. If you remember, you go back was it last year, 2 years ago, that they were doing, what were they trying to read each other's minds or they're trying to describe stuff to each other, right? And then the other person had to guess what it was. So that was super fun, and they were driving each other crazy, and Cal was getting mad at Logan and stuff, which is fun. Cal usually does. Apparently, they decided to update this with a lie detector test for both of them, asking them questions about each other with the lie detector test on. So here you go. First question. Cal is asking Logan if he's the best catcher he's ever had.
Am I the best catcher you've ever had?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I knew this thing's right.
You're the worst. Are you kidding me?
This thing does work.
Yeah. You're the worst.
Shout out Murph.
Our friendship's over after this thing.
It came up as a lie. He asked Logan if he's the best catcher he ever had. Logan's like, oh, yeah. And it comes up as a lie. Here's my question. What better catcher has he had?
Logan shouted out Tom Murphy.
Well, what do you think of that?
I think he could also have been thinking about, I don't know, his 14-year-old catcher, battery mate, that instilled confidence in him at a young age. Maybe he loved his buddy at Stetson.
Maybe.
There's a lot of history with Cal and Logan. They were draft mates. They were roommates.
The dude's going to be the MVP right now other than Aaron Judge. And he's like, I've had better. No big deal. I mean, you're fine, but I've had better. So that was the first one. There's some more. Here, Logan is asking Cal, we'll go the other way, if he thinks he should be, this was from spring training, right? This is where they did this. So he's asking Cal if he thinks he should be the opening day starter. This one turns out to be a lie also.
Do you think I should be the opening day starter?
Heart rate's up.
He's sweating.
We could make an argument for you to do that.
Well, that's not what I asked. Don't.
As at this moment right now, yes.
No, come on! No way! Get out!
I was nervous.
Everybody!
It's over. Interview's over.
Are you sure? He's sure. He's got a website. Unbelievable. Is it because I got you out today? Is that why?
It was a hit.
No chance.
Say he's got a website?
Yeah,
He's
'cause
sure he's got a website?
At the very beginning, Logan was like very concerned about this guy's credentials. He was like, how do you know how to do this? He's like, I used to be a police officer. And he gave him his card. And he's like, all right, he's got a website.
I'm
legit.
kind of with Logan on that. Have you ever been hooked up to a lie detector
I have
test?
not. Have you?
Yes, one time.
What?
Yes, one time
What?
I was. Yes, it's true. I was hooked up to a lie detector test in a psychology class that I was in college. They hooked me up to a lie detector test, and they asked me a series of questions. And this is going to sound ridiculous when I tell you, but I know that it was wrong. Like, I know it got it wrong because it's my own life, and I know what I'd watched and what I haven't. One of the questions it asked me was, do you watch, I think it was either Party of Five or what was the other one that was like Melrose Place? And I don't. I've never watched either of those two shows. And I said, no. And it came out as a lie.
Wow.
And I don't know why, because I hadn't watched the shows. I don't know anything about the shows other than that Heather Locklear was on one of them. Like, I hadn't watched them. So I'm a little, personally, a little sketched out by the lie detector test, just like Logan is.
Maybe your contrarian nature, like how your brain thinks about things, just throws it off.
Oh, that's
You're
possible.
like, well, I want to say this, but I'm going to be contrarian instead.
Oh, well, but I
If we
just
have
told
any
the truth.
if we have any polygraph experts out there, if we have any detectives, if we have those that make a living doing this, I'm wondering what the percentage, because what would you say? They got that one wrong. Did it get 9 out of 10 of yours correct?
I don't remember anymore. That's the only thing that stands out in my mind. But I know it was wrong. So I don't know what else. I don't know. It makes me a little skeeved out by the whole thing. We do have one more. This is Logan asking Cal about whether or not he thinks the Big Dumper is the best nickname in baseball.
Do you think Big Dumper is the best nickname in baseball?
Yes.
Really?
Yep, he believes it.
Doesn't mean it's true. He just believes it. Do you ever find your dumper to be inconvenient?
Yes. Very much so, actually.
I believe that. Do you think you're the best catcher in baseball? Ooh.
Yes. Oh, I just lied to myself.
Caught him. You did catch him. This thing might be right. I think you're real. He's flattered. You don't think you're the best catcher in baseball?
I like to, in my mind, I think I am, but maybe I'm not.
Okay, that's very confusing, trying to go through it all. But do you ever find it inconvenient having that dumper? Is a pretty good question.
Sure. Airplane, bathroom, I'm sure.
Probably too much.
They also, at one point, Cal asked Logan, do you ever look at me and think, I see why he has the nickname Big Dumper? And he said no, and it was a lie.
Those two would do it. Honestly, those two, it feels like a kind of busting with the boys kind of podcast. Those two could truly, genuinely do a half-hour, 40-minute podcast, talking baseball, talking the season, and it would be must-listen-to radio and must-listen-to podcast.
They are just
great
very funny
relationship.
together.
They are.
Yeah.
They're brothers, right? I mean, that is that brotherly love. And again, when you're drafted together, when you journey together, when you now have realized these mountaintops together, valleys together, all of it, and you were roommates to boot, you get pretty darn close in relationship, and that's a special one. That's a really, really cool deal.
Ask Brock if he likes Salk's glasses while he's hooked up to a lie detector test.
Yes.
And see what he says. I mean, you're saying yes, but you're not hooked up to one of these lie detector
I like them.
tests.
I really do. I like
Yeah,
them.
a bunch of people are saying that was a Seinfeld episode. Maybe it was, but it happened to me. I'm not lying about that either. I'm telling you it happened. I was there. That's probably why they asked me the question, idiots, is because it had been a Seinfeld episode. So they asked me the question, and I'm telling you what it said. It said yes. And I said no, and it said I was wrong.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, yeah, all right. So maybe it was a Seinfeld episode. I'm not denying that. I'm not lying to you again. I would never do such a thing. Just trying to be honest with the people.
Do we know when Logan's next rehab outing? It should be coming up, right? It was Thursday night. He pitched in Tacoma. So if you just kind of do the math, he should be
today or tomorrow.
Yeah, kind of due for one today or tomorrow, right?
Yeah. So we'll see how he does, and I would think there might be one more even after that, as he's kind of getting himself back into it. But I'm much more concerned with what I see out of George Kirby tonight, right?
Yes, it's kind of the big one for Georgie.
I would say so.
This is number 3. Get a little. You got a lot of patience with the first one. The second one, okay, like to see you take a step forward, and then this is still a dangerous, potent lineup. They've not done anything collectively, Baltimore, but there's still individuals in there you look at and go, whoa, that guy's got some damage. He can do damage. He can do damage. And yeah, this is. I'd like to see George on a beautiful night there tonight at the ballpark. You'd like to see George take a step forward and start number 3.
Totally agree on that one, and that's no lie at all. All right, coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then Jeff Passan will join us, of course, at 8:30. He's got his big list of trade deadline candidates out, and I think you'll like what he says about the Mariners. That's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, Mike Salk here. Little exciting news from a family-owned business right here in Western Washington. Love to root for these guys at Riverside Roofing. Once again, they've earned the prestigious GAF Master Elite President's Club. So maybe you remember me saying only 3% of the roofing companies nationally qualify for GAF Master Elite status. Well, how many of those achieve President's Club? Only 2%, truly the cream of the crop. Proudly from Marysville, they serve homeowners all over Western Washington. Riverside Roofing is the roofing company that you can trust. So what does the good news mean for you? Well, it means you're hiring the best of the best, right? A company that gets high marks in performance, reliability, and service, and an elite warranty to match as well. Highly reviewed, highly recommended. Riverside Roofing is your go-to local roofing contractor. Book them now for a summer project and have your roof done fast. Highly recommend them. It's riversideroofingllc.com, the website. Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Experience the thrill of a lifetime this summer with a share of $320,000 in prizes. We're making waves every Saturday in June from 3 to 10 p.m. with double winners every hour. Come one, come all to the Coastal Carnival of Cash. Claim one free daily entry. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners will get back to it tonight. Nice off day yesterday at home. I think they had a golf tournament at Broadmoor, so everybody should be nice and rested and relaxed and ready to finish this thing on a high note. Right now, an even record on the homestand with a chance to beat the Orioles and exit here at least 5-4 or better, which would be great. The Orioles have not been good. They fired their manager. Their GM is under fire. They got issues in the rotation. They haven't hit like expected. Adley Rutschman's supposed to be one of the best hitting catchers in baseball. He has not been. But they played a little bit better recently. 7-8 since changing managers. Just swept the lousy White Sox. Jackson Holliday's starting to hit. Gunnar Henderson's starting to hit. So it's not like this should just be a rollover, but they've not played very well, so it should be a good opportunity.
Yeah, just go win the series, right? Have a winning homestand so far. You're 3-3 in this 9-game homestand. Found a way to take care of the Twins. Just it's just my mindset. And I think they're 11-6-1 in series, I believe, this season, Salk, and they're on their way to a first place record right now. And if I had a lie detector right now on me, and someone asked, "Hey, are you still mad about Salk allowing the bus to run me over when I was young in my broadcasting career and didn't know better?" I think my answer would be yes. Because if you remember, Salk, in year 1, when the Mariners went golfing on an off day, I made some big power trip about it. You can't do that. It's terrible. And you just let me bury myself.
No, I didn't.
Instead of being
told you were crazy.
Instead of being a good teammate off the air, it'd be like, "Hey, that's a bad take. That's a bad take." You were like, "No,
we didn't know each other well enough for that then. We didn't know each other well enough for that
mean
then.
To me back then.
No, it was a different relationship than we have now. They've not pitched very well, as I said, the Orioles, but their best starter goes tonight. That's been Tomoyuki Sagano, only starter with an ERA under 4. He goes against George Kirby, and you're right, Brock. Big start for George tonight, as he's coming off 2 that really have not looked all that good. We'll get Emerson Hancock and Povich tomorrow, and then Zach Eflin and Brian Wu on Thursday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Lots of reasons to honor Cal Raleigh this year. The latest comes as he is named AL Co-Player of the Week, along with Rays shortstop Junior Caminero. The numbers are spectacular for both. Cal, 8 for 23 with 6 jacks and 10 runs driven in. But Caminero's right there, an even better average, 11 for 29, 8 extra base hits, and he drove in 13. So both guys really doing their job at premier defensive positions as well. And that is a big deal. The premier defensive position. Cut to Mark DeRosa on yesterday with Bump and Stacy talking about how important that is.
I mean, he's arguably putting together the greatest season that a catcher's ever put together, according to the numbers. So, yeah, I'm always amazed when my best friend in the world is Brian McCann, a guy who took a lot of pride defensively. I played with Buster Posey, took a lot of pride defensively. And the fact that those guys are asked to, carry an offense as well, it always blew me away. And to sit there and to see what Cal has done from an offensive standpoint, the adjustments he's made, and just the absolute ridiculous power numbers.
And leading the pitching staff and playing tremendous defense and commanding the run game with his defensive arm. Man, I mean, I think it's hard to argue that anybody in baseball is doing more. Aaron Judge is still playing at a higher level. He is a different human species, and his numbers are astronomical.
Right.
But he's not asked to do everything that Cal is asked.
The one thing I would say, that I generally think that, every Yankee gets inflated by about 40% on their, their voting for MVP, et cetera. But Judge also has to deal with the New York media, and he's got to speak for that team in that media market. Mm-hmm. And I do think that there's a level of pressure and responsibility that comes with that maybe doesn't happen here in Seattle. That said, Cal does speak for this team. He does do the Cal Raleigh show. He does do all of the little leadership things and public-facing things as well. I'm just not sure it's quite as big a deal here as it is in New York.
I know McCann was not a switch hitter, right? And throw that into the mix with Cal as well. And as you said, efficiency-wise, doing it from the right and the left-hand side with a nearly identical OPS. Is McCann, though, a pretty good comp?
I've never heard anyone more beloved by their teammates than Brian McCann.
I don't think Carlos Gomez loved Brian McCann.
Well, exactly. I think that endeared him to his teammates even more.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks got a chance to go see them yesterday as I was here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and they look good, especially on defense. Defense looked great. They won the day, a lot of pass breakups, a couple of picks. Spoon was loud. Jaron Reed was noisy. Kobe Bryant had a couple big plays. Julian Love had one of those picks. Tyrese
Was there more swag, by the way?
A little bit on the defense. A little bit on the defense. I told you when Eamon Wari caught Jalen Milroe near the goal line, someone yelled loudly, "Oh, we've seen that before," which I thought was kind of awesome. A little nod back to what happened in college. But look, the other side of that, and we led the show with this, it's not necessarily a panic button or anything, but it was not a good practice, not a good day for Sam Darnold. And if you had just come down from outer space and that was the only thing you'd seen, you would be a little surprised that he was the guy taking first-team reps.
Yeah, don't love the red zone interceptions especially. Right, we saw the impact and the effect that those had, and we know for this head coach how important situational ball is. Doesn't surprise me that first open media practice, there it is, right in the red zone. We saw so much of that last year. More situational ball than I can ever remember, honestly, with the Seahawks. And that'd be, I'm sure, the one thing that Sam Darnold goes in the locker room after practice, watches that tape last night, watches it and goes through it again this morning. Like, yep, that just can't happen. That can't happen. You just cannot make those kind of mistakes. And if you're a defense, you're like, that is how you become elite. And it's this yin and this yang. It's beautiful. Right, and we know this. I remember you asking Mike Macdonald, Salk, when we sat with him, right, at training camp last year. How do you handle this? You're the D coordinator, but you're the head coach. On a day that the defense just shines, I'm going to guess you're in a better mood. And if the offense torches you, you're probably not in the best mood. Well, he was probably in a good mood because it sounded like the defense more than not won the day yesterday.
Yeah, they sure did. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, this was after practice. A couple guys spoke, including Spoon. Cut 12 here. He was asked about Sam Darnold, and this was the answer he gave.
He got his strengths, he got his weaknesses, like every quarterback. Now he's on our team. He's gonna go out there and make a lot of plays for us. So we put out a lot of trust in him, and I believe he's going to deliver. So.
Yeah, game planned him late in the year last year, right? In a big game, in a game the Seahawks kind of had to have at home. In some ways, those games against the Packers and Vikings, you can point to those as why you were not in the playoffs versus those teams that were. And when the game plan for him, I'm sure it was like, and get to him, right? Bring that pressure in his face, get to him, make him uncomfortable, right? He can turn the ball over. That has been somewhat in his background. And yeah, Spoon's not going to duck. The filter is going to be pretty honest with Spoon. I think equally Salk. That's why his teammates and coaches love him, and why he's on that top 50 list already is 2 years into his career. Yeah, that guy doesn't.
You can kind of compare, like, the very next question was about Cooper Kupp, and this was Witherspoon's response.
That's different. Just get the lineup and play against him, and just see him every day in practice. The way he can run routes and make everything look the same, it's a lot. It's a good diversity. And then you got Jackson on the other side. I think that's just going to help us a lot better at corner. So,
I'm really excited about him.
That's a very different response. By the way, I saw him, I said this earlier, he locked up Cooper Kupp on an opportunity in a one-on-one. It was pretty cool to see. All right, trade deadline is less than 2 months away. Jeff Passan has a big article out today at ESPN.com going through essentially what every single one of the 30 teams could do at the deadline. We'll ask him about what he said about the Mariners and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only, John Morosi is with us. We're trying to figure out what's going to be happening as we approach the trade deadline.
For me, the lineup is still the spot where I would focus on the most. This team has shown they've got plenty of pitching. They always do. The second half of the lineup, for me, is what's going to be the difference between them having a good chance at a postseason berth and a team that can win a round.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This Father's Day weekend, take Dad out to a ball game at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners are squaring off against the Guardians June 13th through 15th, and the weekend is jam-packed with can't-miss events. The fun gets started Friday the 13th with Sing-Along Fireworks Night presented by T-Mobile, followed up by a Steelheads Cap giveaway Saturday the 14th. Then on Father's Day, Sunday the 15th, the first 10,000 dads will score a pair of socks thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Had a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Alex. At just 16, she suffered trauma after a broadside collision with a delivery truck.
When I came in, they were so nice. They were just like, don't worry about anything. We'll take care of that. It's gonna be okay. Live your high school life. We got your back. And they did. I would recommend Rob because they have a passion for caring for people.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. It's important for men to communicate about issues relating to their health, especially family health history. Prostate cancer has been in the news, and right now I'm joined by Dr. Landis from the Swedish Cancer Institute. Dr. Landis, how common is prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer is very common. About 1 in 8 men will develop prostate cancer here in the U.S. That ends up being about 300,000 cases per year.
How can men test for prostate cancer?
Well, first thing, patients should ask to have PSA screening from their primary care doc. Anyone 50 or over, and if you have a family history starting at 45 is pretty typical.
If diagnosed, why should patients seek out Swedish CyberKnife for treatment?
What we hear from patients all the time is that treatment really was amazing. They didn't have to take time off of work. The side effects are really minimal, and there was minimal interruption in their lives.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, a time for our weekly visit with Jeff Passan, who you don't want to cross on the internet, as I saw. He took someone down this week, Brock. My gosh. Wow.
The
there
internet?
was a murder on Twitter, as far as I can tell. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing great. I'm down actually at the Seahawks facility today. Got a interview with Mike Macdonald, their coach, at 9:30. So operating here in a different capacity, but psyched to talk some baseball. And I think we're going to get to your big article today because I read through the whole thing and a lot of interesting names and movement and possibilities for the deadline. But we're going to start with Cal because what he's doing right now is just absurd.
Amazing.
I mean, I guess I'd start here. What does he have to do to be a legitimate MVP candidate and surpass Aaron Judge?
Aaron Judge needs to get hurt. I wish the answer were different because in any other year, you look at what Cal Raleigh is doing right now, and it's like, how can't this guy be MVP? He's arguably the best defensive catcher in baseball and leads Major League Baseball in home runs and is as clutch as it gets. And everything about his game is just magnificent to watch. And yet he happens to be playing at the same time as an all-time great player who is having an all-time great season. And that's what we have to keep in mind here. This is no ding on Cal Raleigh. This is not me saying that Cal Raleigh has to do more. You just can't. Like it's an impossible standard to say be as good as Aaron Judge is right now. So
Put Cal Raleigh in the National League, and he's running away with it. Put Cal Raleigh in an alternate universe where Aaron Judge doesn't exist, and he's the American League MVP right now. But I just cannot see Judge getting to the point where he slumps enough to bring them together. And that's it's wild that he is that good. But guess what, guys? He's that good.
The Mariners are in first place, 32-26, half game up on the Astros as they begin their 3-game set with the Orioles. If Cal Raleigh were not a Seattle Mariner in 2025, the Mariners are 32-26 with him. If Cal was not a part of this thing, the Mariners would be what without him?
Oh, man. Yeah, this is one of those questions where you look at wins above replacement, right? And that's what wins above replacement are supposed to do. And Cal's at what, 3.5 right now? Something like that?
Somewhere around there, yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, the answer by that is, I don't know, 500 maybe, but I feel like it's more. I feel like you flip their record if Cal Raleigh's not there. I think they're under 500. And I don't know, like, who's taking the catching ABs at that point? Like, have the Mariners, called up Harry Ford by then? and is he the one who's stepping in to get the majority of the at-bats? Let's put it this way. I don't vote this way. Actually, I don't vote for MVP anymore at all. But when I did vote, I didn't vote with the idea that if you take this guy off the team, how does that hinder the team? But, man, I don't know that there is – well, yeah, I guess Aaron Judge is more valuable just in terms of production. But the Yankees without Aaron Judge are a playoff team. The Mariners without Cal Raleigh are in third place. So I think it's simple as that. You want to look at the effect that the guy has had, and he is carrying them to the playoffs right now.
It's crazy. He's doing it too. I mean, a switch hitting catcher is such so many different parts to his game have to come together. He's got to work on the defense. He's got to work on the pitching staff, his right-handed swing, his left-handed swing. So maybe not a surprise that it takes those guys sometimes a little bit longer to develop. But he has almost dead even splits this year, right-handed and left-handed. I think what's jumped out to me about Cal is every time you want to point to a perceived weakness, he seems to solve it. It's like, oh, he's not as good right-handed. Nope, he is now. Oh, they started to find a little hole up top where maybe you can get a fastball by him. Nope, he's going to take a pitch outside the zone, a fastball high, and drive it to right field 360 feet away. Like, his ability to make these adjustments is, I don't know, it feels not unique, but very rare.
When I look at him, the thing that I appreciate even more than the power, and the power is tremendous and not something that we see from catchers, right? Like I want to keep that in mind, that he's doing this and that he plays as much as he does for a catcher is wild. And I worry a little bit. I don't mean to be old wet blanket here, but I worry about how he's going to feel come October. And that extra month of play, being the catcher, guys, it's so hard. You are just getting beaten up every single night. The bumps and the bruises and the soreness, the entire position is built to break down a man. And Cal seems impervious to it, which is, among all of the things that he does, that might be the most impressive. But statistically speaking, beyond the home runs, I just love seeing his on-base percentage, which for his career has been like 300, up near 380. He's striking out a lot, but he's taking walks with it and hitting home runs with it. And I don't think I see Cal Raleigh as a 3 true outcomes guy, but that's kind of what he's become. And man, it's working for him. The notion that he, like this guy who career wise His best OPS season was like 775, somewhere around there. You think a great year from him, it's going to be like 850. 95th percentile is 850. 99th percentile is 875. You could not fathom him going over 1,000, and yet that's where he's at right now. And the emergence of Cal Raleigh, who already was a star, into a superstar has been one of the very cool stories of the 2025 season.
How unique is that, Jeffrey? 1,200, 1,400, 1,500 at bats into your big league career?
I don't think it's entirely uncommon, but I appreciate the fact that Mike pointed this out earlier with him being a catcher and then taking a little bit more time to develop. And I think that's actually a very reasonable thing, and maybe something I didn't give enough credence to, that because he's a catcher and because he's a switch hitter, there are more things that he can improve on, right? There are more things that he can fix and optimize. And so, yeah, it's not rare, but it is uncommon enough that it's impressive. And I know I keep going back to that word. I just don't, honestly, I don't know what else to say. Everything the man does is impressive. And what I keep going back to is that Cal is what we all wanted Julio to be. Mm-hmm. And that is rare when you have a couple of prospects who come up and one is so highly touted and, he gets the superstar contract. He gets all the attention. He gets the story that's supposed to be written by Jeff Passan and never is. And then another guy comes in and, he's supposed to be good. You got hopes for him, but he usurps him completely. And I'm not suggesting that Julio can't be that guy for a year or two, but Cal got there first, and it tends to be the guys who get there stick around there. And so I think that I don't want to look beyond 2025 because I'm trying to appreciate what they're doing. But at the same time, I am curious how long Cal Raleigh can sustain this particular level of play. It's a testament to him, and I think it's a testament to the Mariners that, in year 5 of his career is when the big breakout's finally coming.
Well, and he does it after signing the big contract at the end of the offseason, right before the season starts, which is cool. It's funny, as you were telling that story about Julio and Cal, it sounds a lot like the Dustin Ackley, Kyle Seager story, two guys that went to college together and kind of had that same little dynamic develop. It also sounds like the story we thought we were telling about Jared Kelenic and Julio Rodriguez just a couple of years ago. And then like a third horse stalking down the stretch, Cal just comes by and passes everybody at the end. So this game, man, you just never know what direction these guys are going to go. I loved your article this morning, Jeff. Loved it. Read the whole thing. It is a long, wonderful piece for those of you who are like me that think the trade deadline is one of the coolest things in all of sports. Jeff has an early look at all 30 teams, who could sell, who could buy, big names, etc. And you gave one name in bold for the Mariners. It is
Ryan O'Hearn, the first baseman for the Baltimore Orioles. And I'll tell you guys, the way that the 2025 season is going outside of Seattle, it's lining up about as well as possible for the Mariners and their trade deadline possibilities. The two teams I think worth keeping an eye on are the Orioles and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Because Diamondbacks have Josh Naylor, and I almost put Naylor's name in there for the perfect target for the Mariners to go out and acquire. We have seen their first base production this year; it is not great, and they need another bopper in that lineup. And the notion that O'Hearn, who is batting 320 something this year, on base over 400, slug over 500, that the fact that you can add him. And that it's not going to be a truly exceptional cost because he is an impending free agent and the Orioles understand, hey, for rental players, there's only so much you can ask for. This is lining up very nicely for the Mariners to have options and possibilities, and I think they're going to be aggressive. I think they're going to go out there, and I think they're going to get a bat that the fans like and appreciate. And I think if they don't, that will be a tremendous disappointment.
It's June 3rd. A, how quickly could that happen? And B, what kind of prospect are you talking about?
I wish I had a better read on what the value for someone like O'Hearn is going to be. I don't know right now. Would the Mariners give up Laz Montes for a rental? Would they give up Harry Ford for a rental? That's tough. But at the same time, how much do you want to win? That's what the Orioles are banking on, which is why, to answer the first part of the question, Brock, they're going to push for good guys early, and the Mariners are going to say no. And it just becomes a staring contest at that point, because there are not a whole lot of teams out there that are contending that are in need for a first baseman, right? If I don't know if you want me to go through one by one, but Yankees, Paul Goldschmidt. Okay. All this is to say the market for first baseman isn't all that profound, but it's also some of these teams have DH slots that, would love Ryan O'Hearn in there, would love Josh Naylor in there. So there is going to be some competition, at least for these bats.
And he's even played a little outfield too. He's not a great outfielder, but he could play a corner outfield spot. So there are places that would drive that market up. A couple other names that have jumped out, and I read a few of them in your piece, and they'd been on my mind as well. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa has been on my mind. Pittsburgh's not going to win. He's a versatile player who they could use a second and/or third baseman or somebody else to slide in there. So his name popped out. And what about Brian Reynolds, who we talked about over and over and over here for what seemed like forever? What is he now these days, and is he someone that would be a fit to play right field for them?
Yeah, I mean, he would be a fit, but I don't know if he's been productive enough to warrant the Mariners taking on the remainder of his contract. He's in the middle of an 8-year, $106.5 million deal that runs through 2030. And right now, his production offensively is below league average, and defensively, he has never been a good defensive outfielder. So, I feel like the Mariners are better with Brian Reynolds on their team than they would be without him? Yes. If I have a finite amount of money to go out and spend, and acquiring him would mean perhaps not getting somebody you like more, is that something I would want to do? It's a value proposition at that point, and Brian Reynolds is valued because of that contract. I was talking with someone who said the Pirates would love to get rid of Brian Reynolds, and when you're in that situation where a guy is contract's a little bit underwater, you have some leverage, but you might just be, cutting off an even better move in the future. And that's the balance that Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander need to strike. Like, how much do you invest in the 2025 season? How much do you invest in this team that doesn't know what they're going to be getting from George Kirby, doesn't know what they're going to be getting from Bryce Miller, at this point what they're going to be getting from Logan Gilbert? And Luis Castillo has looked a lot better, and Brian Wu is awesome, and Emerson Hancock and Logan Evans are there. But I think until they have a better sense of what their pitching staff really looks like in this present moment, that we can't know just how aggressive the Mariners are going to be.
Jeffrey, that is a great point. That's one of your more astute points, not only in this interview, but maybe this season as well, because we usually say, 50 games, right? You learn who you are. 50 games, you try to, figure it out and make some moves. 50 games, to go to the finish line. Well, with all these injuries that the Mariners have had, I think it's going to take more than 58 games, 68, 78, probably up until July, right? Until you kind of know what you have in those three aforementioned pitchers.
Yeah, I think it's the All-Star break, Brock. I think that's when we're going to have a real sense of just how investment worthy this team is.
Okay. I don't want to assign homework, Salk, and not get to it, okay?
Okay, yeah, please.
Do you mind?
Get to your homework, because then I got to ask Jeff about Randy Johnson, so please get to
Well, I'm going to do that. Okay?
Oh, okay, good.
If you saw the text between the three of us last night,
I
you
don't
know
look
that
at your text. That's on
I
mute.
appreciate that.
Yeah, keep that muted.
The Mariners are going to have two number 51s. How many other teams in all of baseball have two of the same identical numbers retired?
Is this a trivia question?
No, I was just curious. I put it on the homework assignment.
I was curious if you did the homework.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. This is like a pop quiz. Did you read the chapter or not? You obviously, didn't look at.
I did read it. The one. Let's put it this way. What I can tell you for sure is that this is not the first time.
Okay, thank you.
I know that number 8 for the New York Yankees has been retired twice. It was two catchers, actually, two Hall of Fame catchers in Yogi Berra and Bill Dickey. And they were retired on the same day, I believe in April of 1972. So it's going to be very similar to two Hall of Famers with the same number being retired on the same day, that's pretty damn cool, isn't it?
Ichiro will be this August, and then Randy next year. Randy wanted to make sure he has his full entire week in Cooperstown and all the amazing stuff that's going to come with it. When I say Randy Johnson, I know my images through the 90s as a young Mariner fan and my love
By the
for
way,
him.
quickly, Brock, just to answer the question, there's been a bunch of them.
Oh,
more than you would think.
Okay.
Teams with the same number retired. The Cubs, 31, Ferguson Jenkins and Greg Maddux. Reds, number 5, Williard Hirschberger and Johnny Bench. The Nationals / Expos, 10, Rusty Staub and Andre Dawson. The Yankees, yes, and also Jackie Robinson, Mariano Rivera, 42. St. Louis retired 42 twice because of Bruce Sutter, and the A's, 34 for Raleigh Fingers and Dave Stewart. So, how about that? That's actually happened quite a bit.
Thank you.
Those are some good names. Brock, were you going on the line of how do you look at Randy Johnson?
Yes.
Do you see him as a Mariner or a Diamondback?
A little bit, or just whatever you're like. When you think of Randy Johnson, what's top of mind?
My instinct says the most dominant pitcher I've ever seen, but then I remember Pedro Martinez in the late 90s and early 2000s, and Pedro at his peak, I think, was probably a hair better than Randy. But Randy Johnson, to me, is a story of perseverance. It's of someone who is trying to master an impossible thing to do and failed at it for a long time. And look, all of us, the two of you, Maura, every single person who's listening right now, there has been something in our lives at which we have failed again and again and again, and the instinct has been to stop and just, hey, I lost. I was defeated by this. And you learn from it and move on. Randy Johnson refused to take no for an answer when it came to pitching. He believed that he was going to be a great pitcher. And Seattle is where he figured it out and where he turned from Randy Johnson into the big unit. And I think what Seattle did was it provided the foundation for what he ultimately became in Arizona, which was the absolute best version of himself. I mean, 4 consecutive Cy Young winning seasons in which he strikes out 330 batters plus every year. I don't think we're ever going to see something like that again. Randy Johnson's run from 1999 to 2002, I think you can make an argument that it is the best 4-year stretch of any pitcher in the history of baseball. And we're not going to see it again, guys, not because there won't be pitchers who are as dominant as Randy Johnson. There will be. There might, right now, you can make an argument that Tarek Skubal is pitching at a Randy Johnson-like level. What I don't think we'll see is guys throwing 250-plus innings. And I believe he was, if not at that, then right around there every single season. And man, Randy Johnson at his peak was just so much fun to watch, because it's not like he was a guy who was going to defeat you with his arsenal or with his command or with his pitch ability. He was fastball slider. He came at you, and you couldn't do anything about it. And that has to be the most paralyzing feeling for a hitter, being up there and knowing that even if you get your A swing off, that slider is going to fall below your bat and make you look silly. And that fastball is going to be by you before you know it.
271, 248, 249, 260.
That's wild.
Yahtzee.
That's pretty wild.
That's a lot of innings. Jeff, we could keep doing this for a whole lot longer, because I got like a million more questions for you and things we could dig into. But it's been a cool week. We got to see Cole Young make his debut, which was fun. I think kind of helps this lineup out. We're curious about the future here for Harry Ford and what that looks like. Maybe we'll talk to you about that next week and kind of how you look forward to bringing him up at some point when there just aren't that many catching days available for him. That's an interesting question. The complete decline and flip-flop of Jorge Polanco, who went from being one of the best hitters to one of the worst from month to month. So we still got a lot of storylines. We're out of time, but let's do a lot of that next week, and we certainly appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Wow, I have a week to work on my homework this time. That's awesome.
Yeah, see, I'm much kinder than Brock. I tell you so you don't have to read it, and then I give you a full week.
Thanks, buddy.
See you, buddy.
Later.
There goes Jeff Passan, who joins us every Tuesday, Brock, at 8:30.
That was studious Passan today.
Yeah, he was really
like,
good today, by the way. His answers on O'Hearn, his answer on Randy Johnson was like a clinic in how to answer a question like that. He was giving some good guests, that's for sure. Yep. All right, we got an hour to go. 9:30 is going to be Mike Macdonald time, so we'll flip here from baseball to football. And Brock has been going through the things he wants to see during these OTAs. 12 things for 12 OTA practices. We're back with number 8 next.
What a weekend.
Swinging a ground ball up the middle, base hit.
The Mariners' resilient shine.
A walk-off single. Julio scores.
The big dumper unloads.
Raleigh does it again.
Tonight, the homestand continues with a first of 3 against the Orioles at T-Mobile Park. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners and the AL West race. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Toyota gives you more electrified hybrid choices than anyone else, including the stylish new Corolla, the elegant new Toyota Crown Signia, and the latest edition of the legendary 4Runner. Toyota's extensive lineup also includes battery EVs like the tech-savvy all-electric BZ4X, and of course, the iconic Prius, the hybrid that started it all. That's the power of choice from Toyota. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. Toyota, let's go places.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. with friends, with family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Mariners homestand continues this week with 3 straight value games against the Orioles. Score seats for as little as $11 to all 3 games. Tonight and tomorrow at 6:40 and Thursday afternoon at 12:40. Go to mariners.com/value games to grab your tickets and check out the complete schedule.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Mike Macdonald will join us in 30 minutes. A bunch of text messages, 425. The truth is, Randy is more responsible for Safeco Field being built than anybody. He was the best. The number that was in the press release on this yesterday did kind of speak to that. I was pretty blown away by that number. I'm looking to pull it up here while we're talking. But I mean, the record in 1995 in games started by Randy Johnson versus by everybody else, it is.
So you got to also think, is someone and Lyle wasn't alive yet, and he wasn't listening to the show. We didn't even have the show back then, Song. But is someone that just grew up as an absolute lifer. And why, to this day, the Mariner fandom just, courses through my veins as much as anything, maybe even more than the Seahawks, because I played for the Seahawks, right? I got to realize that dream. This is of that, just fanatic in me. You have to realize how low of a brand and where the Mariners were before the mid-'90s. Right? I mean, you want to talk about the struggle bus. At least the Seahawks had Jim Zorn. They had Chuck Knox. They had a run to the 83 AFC Championship game. They had Kurt Warner. They had, they kind of made a name for themselves there in the 80s. Mariners through the late 70s and 80s and nothing. I mean, Mr. Mariner was awesome, and there was an occasional, stud performance. But as far as a brand competition, notoriety, none of it. And then it was the mid-'90s, and why 95 is still talked about to this day. That was like the tentpole. Like, no, we belong. Mariners aren't playing T-ball anymore. Mariners are playing big league baseball. And the 95 crew was a big part of that, and Randy was a ferocious competitor in it.
In his 30 starts that year, they went 27-3.
Insane.
In the other 100, or there weren't 100 because there were fewer games that year, but in the other games that year, they went 52-63. 50. They were 11 games under 500 when he didn't pitch.
Yep.
Talk about a difference maker on a
team. So talk about the Legion of Boom and that group kind of turning the whole Seahawks conversation,
amazing.
Right? And making them a brand. Randy and Griffey and A-Rod and Buhner and Edgar, and they turned the whole tide.
How about this? It's no secret that Brock does not care for Passan, but why the beef? Why, Brock? Why do you not care for Jeff Passan?
I love that, man.
Where does that come from? What's up
I don't
with that?
know.
That's
I
very,
don't know.
yeah. I mean, there is a lot of hatred. You can feel it.
I mean, the noises he makes after my question's very different than your question.
Why? That's what he gives you?
Yeah, like there's usually the cats.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe he's never heard you, Brock, when you have a something like today, when you know what to look for at OTAs, and you've been counting them down every day at 9 o'clock.
And today we're on to
number 8.
Number 8.
Good job, Mark. That was good.
Matt Hasselback, number 8. Salk, you got to see the entire batch of rookies last year. Undrafted guys as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 of them all together. And my kind of thing to watch is how these rookies fit. How these rookies fit into this story in 2025. And they can't be bystanders. This rookie class has got to be difference makers. And it was heralded as one of the better groups. Right, the moves that were made, the trade downs, the trade ups, Gray Zabel being available, sitting there still at 18 and on the board and not screwing around and taking them, Salk. And as I look at this group, I can't remember a draft class quite like this one, where there are clearly like 3 tiers. The top 4 guys taken in the 3 rounds. Gray Zabel, got to be a starter, going to be a starter, plugged in from day one, as you saw yesterday, with the number 1s at left guard. Eman Wari, you were going to come up into the late first round to go get him. He has got to carve out a role. Whatever that role is will be upon his athleticism and his shoulders. You got to play a role. Arroyo, a lot of good players are still there. A lot of starters at a lot of different positions around the league. And they love the movement. They love the athleticism. They love the upside. He's got to carve out a role. Those 3 got to be difference makers. And then, Milroe, you drafted higher than any quarterback since Russell Wilson. The only other one, the John and crew. So I kind of put those 4 guys there, and I'll call that maybe the USDA Prime. That's my USDA Prime, which I cooked last night, and man, was it good. Some friends in from Texas, and even they gave it a rounding applause. So those 4 are my USDA Prime. Then I got some really, really good choice. Really good choice. And this stuff, Salk, may be on the plate this year, right? Torrey Horton, I'm going to pass Riley Mills because of the injury, we just don't know, but that dude's pretty darn studly. Torrey Horton, Robbie Oots, you said yesterday on day one where the media were out there watching, you saw Oots all over the place in some of their base run game at fullback. And then I got my eye on Cable Do as much as anybody. So that next group of 4, they're not developmental. This is not, we'll give them time as you usually do with 4th, 5th, 6th round. No, these are not developmental pieces. Torrey Horton, Oots, Cable Do, you got a chance. You got a chance to come right in. That right guard competition is going to be real. The wide receiver spot, 3rd, 4th spot's going to be real. Fullback's going to be real. That next crew is not developmental. That's going to be on the dinner table as well. And then the last 3, these 6th, 7th rounders, Salk, these dudes have played a lot of ball. I mean, Damian Martinez played 4 years of football. We talked about this being the most veteran rookie class in all the NFL of snaps played coming into the NFL. And that triumvirate is why. I don't know why my voice did that. Martinez, Mason Richmond, Ricky White, all 3 of those guys, 4-year starter, 4-year starter, 3.5-year starter. So not scrubs at all. And in the least, maybe don't check the elite athleticism box for a few of them, but dudes have been difference makers. So yeah, how this rookie class and the rookie fit folds into the whole rest of the 2025 story. They're going to have to play not a late chapter role. They're going to have to play in some places a starring role, and I think their shoulders are broad enough to handle it.
Good stuff. Brock, you got me thinking, who was the last real guy to make it as an undrafted free agent here? Because it used to be, there were a lot, I mean, Doug Baldwin, obviously, and Jimmy Kerr. Like, we used to have a lot of conversations about undrafted guys that had a lot of success here. It feels like that's kind of, has that dried up a little bit? Poona Ford?
Yeah, Poona's, and he's still making it happen, and got a nice contract this offseason.
Pro Football Focus had him as a top 15 interior D lineman.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. I'm just rattling through all the different positions. Yeah, I think Poona Ford probably makes the biggest splash, figuratively and realistically. He makes a big splash, man.
Yeah.
Cannonball the guy.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate, Salk. And has it dried up, or is just like, yeah, man, it's real competitive in that way, real hard.
Maybe.
Real hard, and maybe, draft styles of the last few years as well. Like, yeah, we're not going to kind of mess around with that. We're going to take them in the 6th and 7th round, and you've seen that a little bit more maybe around the league. I don't know. I think that's a fair question.
There you go. That is every day we've been doing that at 9 o'clock, just getting a sense of what to look for here at these OTAs. I got another open practice tomorrow and another one on Thursday. I know more is going to be out there tomorrow. I may try to get out to one more this week as well. We'll be asking Mike Macdonald about all of this coming up here in about 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in his zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had a couple sports injuries over the years, dislocated ankles, torn rib cartilage, separated shoulders, dislocated fingers, concussions. Yeah, nothing that Wyman and Bumpus and Moyer and all the rest of us on this station haven't had to deal with, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints, well, from arthritis and the whole itis family, can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that is where he's ready for your call this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients through his years suffering from chronic joint pain that really did affect their quality of life. Doesn't have to be that way. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. That's right. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train here lately. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion for well over 30 years. So no matter what walks through the door, he's got a solution for you. Give him a call this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or online at danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave. Keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. Prostate cancer can be silent. It's important to get checked, even if you have no symptoms. Ask your primary care doc for a PSA screening if you're 50 or over, and 45 if there's a family history. If you or someone you know is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment at Swedish Cyberknife right here in Seattle. It only takes 5 short treatment sessions. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Mariners will welcome in the Orioles tonight. The Orioles have not been good, but they've played a little better since firing their manager. They're 7-8 since then, so it's still nothing to write home about, but starting to heat up a little bit. Jackson Holliday's starting to hit. Gunnar Henderson's starting to hit. They're still getting very little from Adley Rutschman, which is crazy. But, you know, we've seen this before, right? Remember, it was just a couple of weeks ago you went into Houston and everyone was saying Altuve was toast. And then he woke up and, you know, it doesn't take much for a good hitter to wake up and start hitting again. So you got to be real careful with this team. And you probably want to have eyes on some of their players that are potential targets for the Mariners. I think Cedric Mullins is hurt, so I don't think we're going to see him in the series. They got a couple of relievers you might want to look at, and certainly Ryan O'Hearn, who Jeff Passan told us would be the #1 target for the Mariners here at the deadline.
Yeah, just looking at their numbers, Salk, he's #1 on their team in WAR at a 1.9. You know what is remarkable about O'Hearn? And you were looking at this as I was earlier this morning after Jeff wrote his great article. Jeff and I love one another. Jeff and I have nothing but respect for one another, so I don't know what our texter was talking about. O'Hearn was a negative WAR player for 4 straight years in Kansas City.
Yes.
I mean, he's got 2.6 WAR for the entirety of his career, and almost 2 of that is this not even first half. 50-something games of this season, he has been on a heater. So, do you want to buy high? Do you believe
well,
that
only
is
buying high for a couple of months? That's why I don't.
Yeah,
think there's a lot
when
of
he
risk.
mentioned Laz Montez or Harry Ford,
I don't
get
think
those
you're doing
names
that.
out your mouth.
Yeah, I don't
No
think you're doing
way,
that.
No
but it's an
how.
opportunity to bring in a guy. This is like an old school deadline deal as opposed to some of the new ones. This is not, going for more club control and building long term. This is just a veteran bat who's on the end of an expiring contract, and you're bringing him in for the last couple months to just give you a little bit more offense short term. That's it.
Yep.
Would I trade Tyler Locklear for him? Yeah. That might be a pretty good equivalent. You want another young bat who maybe you turn into something there. I would think Tyler Locklear would be a pretty good equivalent for someone like Ryan O'Hearn. But, again, it's all supply and demand and who's interested. Regardless, big night for George Kirby. As this will be his 3rd start back, I would say that you kind of want to start seeing the real George Kirby tonight.
What do you want to see? What does that look like, and what does that mean to you?
Well, I'd just like to see him be effective for longer than a couple innings.
I'd like to see instead of 95 on the
out.
fastball, I'd like to see 96 to 98. Right, he was humming that. You remember in Tacoma, his first outing back, and that last one sat at 95 a lot, and kind of like Luis, like those guys operate that much more better, and they can dominate. He could be fine throwing 95, but dominant George is sitting there at 96, 97. It's throwing that two-seamer that moves. It's at that left-hander's hip, right, and just freezes them, and they just can't do anything with it. I need to see. I'd love to see a little more stuffy George Kirby tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Spent a lot of time today, and for good reason, talking about Cal Raleigh, just because he's been just so freaking good. He gets AL Co-Player of the Week along with Rays Junior Caminero. I said he was a shortstop. He came up as a shortstop, but my bad. He's been playing third base mostly this year. Regardless, they both had really, really good numbers this week. Cal with his 6 home runs and 10 driven in. Caminero with 8 extra base hits. He drove in 13. His team has been red hot as well. So kudos to both of those guys. And I think Jeff put a lot of it in perspective. I absolutely agree with his answer to you, Brock. When you asked him what would the Mariner record be without Cal Raleigh, I mean, look, somebody's got to play that position. So you just put in a replacement level catcher. I think their record might be flip-flopped.
I think
or
totally
darn close to it.
Yes. I mean, you're talking about Mitch Garver at that point and maybe a Harry Ford.
No, it's a little better. I mean, yes, you're right. But you got to give them a replacement level catcher in his stead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. You're saying, like, what would it be like if he had gotten hurt in spring training and hadn't been healthy?
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. Well, then definitely the
yes
flip-flop. Yes. I was even giving them the benefit of the doubt and saying, all right, you get back, just an average catcher, whatever the most average catcher in the league is.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think that, I don't know if they'd be above 500.
Yeah, I don't think they would be. I mean, just night in, night out, everything that he does, all the different hats he wears, and then just the absolute thump. The league leader in home runs is right here. And remember, oh man, you can't hit early in the season. Really, really hard to hit in April and May.
Not only that, Brock. Not only that. Now the weather's been better here, but I was just reading. Eno Saris had this. I don't know if you caught this, Lyle. That there's more drag on the baseball this year than in previous years. Essentially, what that means is the ball's not going quite as far across baseball. So Cal doing all of that and all of those home runs in this ballpark for the most part with the baseball not traveling as far as it has the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. That would have helped Randy Johnson. Not that he needed it. He's going to have his number 51 retired. Obviously, Ichiro's getting it done this year. For Randy, it will be next year. And in cut 4, he said he was pretty adamant that it not be at the same time.
This ownership has been working on this behind the scenes for a little while, and I know the significance of Ichiro and his accomplishments, and I didn't want to interfere with his Hall of Fame induction this year or his number retirement this year. And so the one contingent factor that I had was that if this was going to happen, that I didn't want to take away anything from his deserving day and it would have to be done a different day, a different year, because he deserves to have his own day.
Can you imagine man on the streets? Right? Can you imagine man on the streets, Lyle, interviewing the big unit?
They're very intense, his comments from yesterday. I got a kick out of it, but good stuff. Randy will get his due with the Mariners next year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, really, it's that Mike Macdonald's going to join us in less than 10 minutes. I'm over at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today for good reason to talk to the coach. Saw him out there yesterday yelling and hollering, hooting at his players and with his players, and it was a pretty good vibe out there. And you see him, you notice him. He is right in the middle of everything. The defense had a really, really good day, Brock. Just watching them in general, they had a very good day. They're not getting a lot of respect. Julian Love spoke with Stacy after the practice, and here, cut 10. Here's what Julian had to say.
It's a half effort into really analyzing kind of our team and our structure. I think you could look at who left, obviously talented people, who came in, some talented people as well, but they don't know kind of the makeup of how we're going to shift in terms of like a culture standpoint. And I'm pretty sure our line was bad last year, and I don't read it or hear any of that stuff, but I have the in-laws, the friends back home just chirping, asking kind of what I think. I'd rather have it this way than the other way. I don't want to be overhyped going into a season and then having guys drink the Kool-Aid. I want guys to have a chip on their shoulder going and getting it, despite what people think on the outside.
Sounds pretty good, and we can talk to the coach about that here in just a few minutes. Let's end this now. That's everything you need to know, just to make sure we got our full time.
Are we going to ask him about Gino and DK? Because I don't think we got to do that, or do you feel like that story's already been written and done?
I don't think it's been written and done. I think, in fact, I have a couple notes in there to ask.
Oh, did you have that on your show notes? Okay.
Some of that in my notes. Brock, I'm looking forward to this. Came all the way down here today to talk to the coach, Mike Macdonald. An off-season version of the Mike Macdonald Show is next on Brock and Salk Seattle Sports on 710 and on 97.3 HD2.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in his zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Spring is back. Our bats are back. Is your postnasal drip and congestion back as well? Hi, this is Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We are a proud national center of excellence for helping hundreds of patients with Rynair. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, Rynair is a minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip, congestion, and stuffiness after only one treatment. Come see us in Auburn or Federal Way. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacey Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, just waiting on Coach Macdonald, who should be down here in just a moment or two. We are at Virginia Mason Athletic Center today to talk to the coach. It was great being out at practice yesterday, Brock. And as I said, beautiful day. At least 7 bald eagles I saw at one time, all getting after it. That was amazing. And I always
Indian summer. This La Nina,
not what that is.
Whatever her name is, whatever La Nina is. Yeah, these rookies are so spoiled.
What that is.
Like they're thinking this place is amazing. I've heard it's gray. I've heard it's rainy. Come out for the draft. It's gorgeous. Through OTAs, it's gorgeous. What are they talking about?
Yeah, It was amazing. Yes, it was about as perfect weather as you could have, and just a cool environment. And the guys were getting after it, and it was fun and a really good day. It seemed like anyway for the defense, and Spoon making his presence known both on the field and with his voice, and that was for sure. You know that my eyes immediately went to Jalen Milroe, and I wanted to see it. He's He looks good, man. I mean, you see him move around, and just that element was great. He was unbelievable throwing against air. That was no problem whatsoever. The bigger question obviously comes once you start putting defenders out there and, changes a little bit. But, yeah, my eyes went to him almost right away because I'm just so fascinated by him.
You know what we've given short shrift to? Is Coach in the room, by the way?
He's walking in right now.
Oh, he's walking
He looks like he just had a workout or something, too. He looks like he's primed and ready to go. Coach Macdonald sitting down with us right now. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
It's on and ready for you.
This is a weird setup.
Oh, you don't like the new setup?
Are we keeping this, or is this just the Schneider thing?
This is the new setup.
Hey, Coach.
Really?
Hey, Coach McDonald. Do you know what the other setup was, Mike? The other setup, we got to look at Salk sitting uncomfortably in a recliner. At his waistline, it was just a really uncomfortable look. So
this is
this is
look
this
on
is
TV.
professional.
This is
how nice this looks here.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
We're being judged, I would say. Good morning.
Salk said you've gotten more opinionated in year 2, and you're starting out 1 minute in. Look at it. I like it.
Okay, let's start the what's different in year 2 questions that everybody else is getting.
You want to see the notes? It says right
Good
here.
segue.
What's different?
What's
All
the
right.
biggest difference for you in year 2?
Let's go backwards then. Let's go back to the end of year 1.
Yeah.
You do exit interviews or kind of self-scouting type stuff for the team? Like, what came out of the end of year 1?
Man, yeah, we do all those things, and you can't talk to every player. They're going to talk to their position coaches and coordinators. I'll talk to as many guys as you can, and that things are happening fast and things are moving. But you're trying. There's definitely guys that you want to talk to and get their opinions on things, and I think you got to take a deep breath. You kind of have to kind of refresh and reset to kind of take emotion out of it. And there's things that you're thinking about as the year starts to unfold there at the end of, the direction that you feel like you need to go. And, I think we talked about this again, but like you have all these ideas that, year 1, here you go, year 1 to year 2, and it just becomes very clear and like it narrows down. Okay. Like, let's figure out what actually is important here so we can make sure we hit the target moving forward, where it's not 7,000 different targets, and you just have a clear direction of where you're going.
It's kind of narrowing the focus.
Yeah, and then obviously you're going to do all the self scout stuff. We were busy at the end hiring a new offensive staff, so that took a big chunk of time, which was a great process, and then start to rebuild the systems and figure out where the league's going. I mean, it's all sorts of stuff going on.
Was there something you found that you did really well that you wanted to focus on and try to do even more of?
I think we're building it the right way. Like, I think in terms of like laying a foundation about what we expect, trying to get everybody on the same page. There's different cadences that go with it. Obviously not the most patient person of all time, so you want these things to happen quicker, but you go back and you look back and say, okay, I think we're focusing on the right things. All right, now let's narrow the focus. Let's bring everybody together. The 12 is one. Let's come together here so we can kind of move forward together, and that way we'll go further.
I think your partner in crime there, who sits in that studio, and it was built out for John Schneider. Mike, you were right. Your instincts were right. We built that professionally out for the John Schneider show every week there with Bob and Dave, just a first-class operation.
Yeah, it's very professionally done, too.
Very professional. That's what we are. We're pros. We're all about our process and sharpening it up as well. Your cohort, Mr. Schneider, talked a lot this offseason, February, March, about pivoting, right? It was a pivot. The market went here, this move went there, the roster went there, the process, we had to pivot. You pivot on Gino, and you pivot on a few of these different moves. From your view, right? That's John, and you guys linked together. From your view, how was all of that pivoting?
How was it? I mean,
it was great. How was the process for you?
It was. I think you have to do this all the time. I think it's kind of how we operate. You're looking at the lens of what we're trying to build, what's going to be best for us, how can you make it happen, what are the options on the table, and then hey, let's kind of we're going to get people's opinions, and at the end of the day, we're kind of working through Jody and then John and I, we make the decisions, and then we we rock and roll. So I know it seemed like a lot, but like we had time kind of behind the scenes here to kind of work things out, come up with it. It's not like you kind of knew, okay, it's going to go one of these few ways, and as it started to unfold, it just kind of seemed like, okay, all right, here we go. Here, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And all of a sudden, I thought we ended up with a team we're really excited about, and the guys that are here we're fired up for.
Is it different? And maybe this is a year one to year two question, but maybe more specifically, coaching guys that you, for lack of a better reason, were chose versus guys that you inherited because they were here before?
No, I think you're just looking at a shared understanding of everybody involved in all these equations. So, you go to our defensive meeting room is unique to the rest of the league. It's really our style now. It's just like the guys understand what the expectations are. There's a spirit in there that we're really proud of that we've been able to create. And offensively, we're in that mode right now where it's a lot of install, it's a lot of scheme, but we're also building our identity and kind of our style of play and our personalities and having all that kind of fuse, which is an exciting process. And you can feel it, when we're sitting there with the team and during practices. And, again, you go out for the first time for practice with a new coach, and you're like, okay, like, what are the expectations? You try to explain it the best you can. Time's ticking. You got to let it rip out there. And there's a little bit of maybe just a little bit of unease or uncertainty on what expectations are. I could see how that could happen to me if I was a player. And but having gone through everything and then kind of recalibrated, and now we're on the second cycle of this thing. I think there's less drag, more confidence involved with everybody, and again, just a shared understanding about like what we're doing, what we're trying to get out of all these phases, what the expectations are, where we're going, how we want to do it, all those things. So it's a really fun process. I mean, it's just I think you have to understand where you're at. We're in the latter parts of the spring program here, and we're trying to finish this thing out with a bang so we can have a great off season. Guys can go take a break, go train their butts off, come back in the best shape of their life, and then go have the best training camp we could possibly have. That's kind of the big picture, but let's figure out what's important.
You mentioned the defensive side of things there, Mike, and the defensive staff, and kind of year two with all that continuity. It's year one now for Clint and so much of the offensive staff. If we were in those meetings and kind of getting a chance to watch behind the scenes, what would we see and hear? What are you seeing and hearing from your new offensive group?
Well, it's a lot of clarity. I mean, these guys, they know exactly what to expect, or what they know what they're looking for, and I think the players really appreciate that. It's really demanding. I mean, we're installing a lot of scheme, but it's important for these guys to hear these things and these coaching points, and get these reps on tape before we take off, and then we kind of reinstall it in training camp. So there's a lot of great coaching, a lot of great teaching going on. The expectations are high, the standard is high, and I think the players respect that. What we're trying to create, but there's a clarity too, on how the scheme is built and then how to make that come to life on the page, and how all 11 work together, to create a successful play. And I think that fires me up, because it's very similar to how we coach our defense, of making the play come to life. When you talk about 12-1, like just everybody working together all the time. Hey, I'm set. I took on, I played this double team so this guy could make the play. Same thing on offense. Hey, the timing of the quarterback is right, the footwork, we're on a no hitch or we're on a hitch, and then that ties into our, to our actions and the protections, and then the route, distribution, and all those things work together all the time. And when we've had a lot of great reps where it's worked, and say, hey, this is it, and then you can see where there's missed opportunities, and I think that's eye-opening for the guys.
For a layperson, how do you think the offense will look most different this year compared to last year? I'm just out here yesterday, saw fullback in a bunch of those sets, so obviously that was different.
Look, it's
what
just
will look different?
Like someone told me one time, it's like we have our defense. There's every defensive system has won a championship if you do it the right way. You go back to the Bears, the Legion of Boom, we're doing their thing. The Ravens have done their thing. Chicago, the Bears are, what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it's methods versus principles about how you play. We have this scheme now about what we're going to be, but we're going to be more under center and more wide zone and more actions, and which is exciting. It's but that's married to this philosophy and this system and what plays best and how you put everything together with how we're going to do it moving forward.
Coach, I will try not to bore you this upcoming season with my coaching life experience. I'm going to try not to bore you. But today was our first day with the freshmen, right? So the fresh schools ended out here. The freshmen got to be together last week, kind of like you guys do with rookie minicamp. And then today they got to all be in the team room with the seniors and the juniors and the battle-tested guys. And it was so fun to see them try to even get in stretching line, right? Where do I go?
Where do you have them sit in the team room, though? That's important. Ooh.
Well, those older guys, they take the first row seats. Yeah, Titus was a little pissed I had to stop for coffee. He's like, if I don't get in the front row today, it's your fault. And I was like, all right, we'll make sure we get there 15, 20 minutes early. So there's a fight for the front rows with the veteran guys. Awesome. The freshmen come in a little bit later. Kind of curious to flip it to your guys, to your rookies. Yeah, rookie minicamp a couple weeks ago, right? They all find their footing, and now they get to assimilate with the veterans and the system. What are you seeing from this rookie class in its entirety?
Yeah, I don't tell them this, but I love our rookies. The intent is great. Like the work ethic, these guys are putting in the time. It's a class that like loves football. I think they respect their teammates. Smart. Like again, they're trying to do it to basically. It feels like they're trying to show the guys that are here, like, hey, I understand what it means to be a Seahawk, how we practice. They're prepared. Now, there's mistakes all over the place, and that's everybody. But like, but they're playing the right way. They're practicing the right way. The mental is there. Like the attention to detail is there. But they're on a different timetable. These guys, this is the first time they're doing it. They're in pro ball now. They're in a different city. A lot of different variables going on. And our message to them is just like, look, we're just going to you're going to just go through it. Just stay in the fight with it. And at some point, those connected tissues are just going to connect a little bit quicker the next time, and then connect a little bit quicker the next time. All of a sudden, you're going to find yourself in a position where you're going to be, being productive, being able to make plays, contribute to the team, give yourself a chance to make the squad and really prove yourself at the beginning of your career. So, but right now, like all the inputs, really pleased with that, and we'll see how the summer goes with them, and we got to take that momentum into training camp.
I was looking for a text we got at about 6:05 this morning that says, I wonder how long it will take Brock to start talking to Coach Macdonald about his own coaching experience this year. And it took about 12, 13 minutes, just for the record. Now we've got an answer. No,
that's awesome.
That's
great.
So I was out here yesterday, and I wasn't charting this or anything, but it looked like fairly even number of reps between your three quarterbacks that were out there. Is that something that we should expect to continue through training camp, or is that more unique to this time of the year?
Yeah, I think it's more unique right now. I mean, Sam's getting them. Your math is off.
As I said, I wasn't charting it. It was just sort of an eye test thing.
Yeah. So Sam's getting the vast majority of the reps. It's important for everybody to rep and get the experience. And now that there's only so many minutes that you can be out on the field, but we want Drew to get a ton of reps too. We want J Mill to get a ton of reps. So how do you manage it? You can handle it with like move the ball periods, and when the threes get their opportunities, different ways you can kind of balance them out. So the ones aren't just taking a trillion reps on the field. You can use that time to develop the young guys, give them opportunities to go. So there's different things that are going on, but yeah, Sam's going to get vast majority, and as we'll go closer to the season, it'll get skewed even further.
So I feel bad asking this because it feels like a gotcha question, but I really don't mean it that way. And if there's no way to answer it, I guess I would understand that. But look, was out here yesterday. Sam didn't have his best day, obviously a couple of picks, etc. And I guess I almost have to ask, but I hate asking this. Is there anything that could happen other than an injury between now and the beginning of the season that would lead to a different quarterback?
No, you guys are crazy.
There's no way to ask the question without sounding like an idiot.
Like, I respect you got to ask it, but you guys, it's just a crazy question. There's just not going to, Sam's our starting quarterback. We love him. He's doing a tremendous job. I think it's funny that the media is out there for the first day, and all of a sudden they know exactly how good we're going to be and how good all the players are and all the tempos. We don't even put on pads yet. We haven't made one tackle. And it turns out at practice, it's a great way to build culture by letting guys know that they can't make mistakes. That's exactly what we're shooting for. So go out to practice, be tight, make sure you don't make a mistake, because then God forbid, you're the worst player of all time because you made one bad throw or one bad decision. It's that is not what we're trying to build. We want these guys to go prepare the right way, and then when they go out on the practice field, go freaking let it rip, and then we'll go fix it. We'll go. We got time. It's June. It's June 3rd. We'll go. Okay, they're going to get plenty of reps. We'll get those things fixed. I mean, Sam made a lot of great throws yesterday. He's gashing us on 3rd and goal to start the day out too. So, yeah, that was kind of a crazy question.
Mm-hmm. Talk to me about your Eman. Everybody we've had on, from DJ to Mayock to all the guys, I think similarly I wonder how Coach Macdonald and Dirty and staff are going to use him. Is he going to be a deep safety? Can he be a nickel? Can he be a big nickel? What kind of different roles can we see that freakish athlete in?
Well, we joke with him. It's kind of we joke with him that it's up to him. It's really not. It's not as easy as of an answer as you'd like. We had this with the similar situation with Kyle Hamilton. Because Brandon Stevens is another guy that was drafted the year before I got back to Baltimore. But these versatile guys that can do a lot of things. It's okay, you're only going to get so many reps. How do you get good at one thing and then you expand? You start in the 3rd level and then work forward. I think with the way our team is structured now, with the safeties that we have, and Nick's just natural ability, I think we're starting with focusing more at the 2nd level nickel position. See if that translates possibly to dime on 3rd down, which is kind of a similar skill set, and then roles that you play schematically, it's kind of mirrored. And then there'll be some opportunities to play safety too, in different packages. But it's a balance there of okay, how do you get them to get really good at these things, and then build the role as you go,
Mm-hmm.
But what I really appreciate about Nick is he loves the process of football. There's a lot of part of the game that comes natural to him. He has a great feel for the game naturally, on how to do things, and but it matters to him. And he's working really hard to get caught up, because he's getting a lot of reps with the ones out there too. So the expectations are high out there to be able to execute. So. Yeah, he's fun to work with, but he knows he's got a long way to go. But you love the intent, you love the preparation, the coachability, all those things are there.
You kind of answered this, or talked about this, hinted at it in the answer about the quarterbacks. But we were having a debate, Brock, a week or two ago, about coaching the positives versus coaching against negatives. And I think it was after listening to a Belichick interview, right, where somebody was saying about Belichick, he stressed so much, don't turn it over. And it sounds kind of the opposite of what you often hear about coaching, which is, tell people what you want them to do, not what you don't want them to do. As a coach, how do you balance that, kind of the need to not do the negatives with focusing on the positives?
I don't want to make it seem like I'm going against Coach Belichick in anything, because he's probably the best to ever do it. But I think our philosophy here is we want to be positive, man. There's a way to word things where you can have best of both worlds. And so that's our job as coaches, to kind of make that simplicity come to life for the guys. And again, what kind of team do you want? You want a team that's going to go out there and understand what their responsibility is, and then let it rip kind of within the commander's intent of what we're trying to achieve. That's what we want. We want a team operating like that, especially in those critical moments. But you have to understand where there's a line there, and when you're below the line, the way we explain it is if the intent's right, the guys are prepared the right way and we're below the line, hey, as coaches, like, we're with you, man. We're coaching you up. Come on, let's go. Like, we're in this thing together. Now, when one of those guys, one of those sides of the equation isn't prepared, homework isn't right, didn't really do the things to earn the right to go let it rip, that's when we have a problem, because it's like you're letting the team down at that point, on both sides. So as a coach, either I wasn't prepared enough to put them in the right situation. That's when I'm really upset with myself, or, coaches or things like that. Players, hey, look, if there's things that they should know, or if it's a repeat offender or something like that, to me, those are things that you can avoid through effort and preparation and taking care of the team.
It's almost like if you do enough work and prep,
yeah,
the bad things, you don't need to focus on the bad things because you focused on the preparation.
Yeah, it's just a sense of confidence. I've earned the right to come out here at practice and go take this rep and go let it rip, and then, like, whatever happens, and we'll either, hey, this is awesome, this is what we want, you guys see this is great. We had this today in our defensive meeting. There's a lot of great stuff that we're hitting the bar that we want to show this is the fruits of our labor, and then there's some things where hey, this is an opportunity to do it a different way, or maybe we're trying to teach the whole group about, hey, let's learn from something that didn't happen the way we wanted to, and that way we can grow for it.
Hey, Mike, in the last minute or two, can I ask just a couple nuts and bolts, kind of quick fire questions here? Just personnel wise, do you expect Ernest and Uchenna and Tori to all be full go by training camp? I know that they're all being a little protected and guarded through this OTA season. Should we see all three of those at full speed by training camp?
Yeah, I'd love to give you an answer on that. I just don't really want to right now.
Okay, perfect.
So I
how would you?
I wouldn't. So I really wouldn't love to give you an answer.
Okay.
How would you? Putting a timetable on those guys right now probably isn't fair to them.
Gotcha. How would you characterize your swing in BP at T-Mobile?
Well, I was tempted, since I was really the only one that knew we were going. I probably should have taken advantage of it by going to the batting cage or something.
Homework. Do your preparation.
I wasn't prepared for that, so I was hard on myself.
Did you get one out?
I got one to, like, mid outfield.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy when you get up there how far away the fence really is?
Well, it's great, yeah, because I was watching when we did our home run derby. I was watching from behind, like behind the whatever they call it, the shell or the cage. And these guys, our guys, we put like 8 to 10 balls out during the home run derby.
What?
And which is like, the guy said they could hit 12, and I was like, there's no way.
Who hit them out?
Torrey Horton hit a couple. Patio hit a couple.
Zabel getting the out?
J.R. Plumlee hit one out. I think Zabel was like, he didn't hit him high enough, but he was like raking him to right center. Alexander won. He was like Junior Griffey out there, man. Just like, he got a smooth swing. It was pretty impressive. He won the whole
thing. And how's Jack doing? Lastly, how's Jack?
I was keep talking about home run derby. Now I got to talk about my kid. No, Jack's doing great. I was joking with the guys, like, we're talking about. It's funny. We're talking about like preparation and going through it, and I'm like, I got to do it as a dad. Like, I gotta earn my kid's respect. My 6-month-old son, I have to earn his love.
Yeah.
By being there every day and doing all the things that I should be doing that my wife does. But
now, does he have to earn
he likes
your
me
love
more
too?
No.
Okay,
no.
good.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. But this past weekend was good because the crying was minimal. He's starting to like his old man, which is a positive.
Okay, good. Well, we enjoy it. Thank you. Thanks for coming in and enjoying our new setup, which we will have throughout the year.
This is what we're doing through the season.
This is the plan throughout. Look how nice it looks on TV.
Great. I don't see am I even on the screen? I'm not even on.
Oh, yeah. No, you've moved too far to the side.
Okay, perfect.
Now we've given him an idea of how to stay off screen all year long. All right, we got to get out of here. Bump and Stacy coming up next. Thank you, Coach. We'll look forward to another season of the Mike Macdonald Show. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, Brock, the hay.
Barn.
The barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners open up a series against the Orioles tonight. George Kirby on the mound. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Pregame show starts at 5:30 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. Tomorrow, it's Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Edmonton Oilers and Florida Panthers meet in a rematch of last year's finals. Panthers looking to repeat as champs, and Connor McDavid looking for his first cup. Game 1 is in Edmonton.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.